All right, I'm live. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yeah, FOPT page. How's it sound with this using my mic and stuff here? It's whatever. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find me that way. Share your live. Hello, hello, hello. You click on the name and then go from there. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? What's it sound like? Does it sound all right? Good deal. Let's try this Tickfinity. Looks like it's growing. There we go. Share this live out to a bunch of people. See where we're at. See what everybody's doing today. Let's get there. And there, and there, and there. Hello. Bloodhound, Cassidy. We got Marwayne, Thomas Mafia. These are all people's names. Saying hi to everybody that's coming in. That's all I'm doing. Yep, that's all I'm doing. I'm just going to try to share it out to other people on my actual page, so. Get a bunch of people in here, see what we can talk about tonight. See what everybody's doing, what everybody's talking about. See what's really going on in the world. Yup. We aren't joining tonight? Who ain't joining tonight? What are you talking about? Should be able to get up and join. Yeah, I see it.
It's a different layout.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, dude, like, what are you talking about, brother? I'm like, I could have swore.
Well, there wasn't any boxes up there, so I couldn't. I had to go a different route of getting in there.
Oh, so
now the boxes are up.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I was like, what is he talking about? I thought all the boxes were up, but apparently no.
No.
They are now. Is what it is, I got. There we go. Yeah, I figured since I'm just sitting around, we ain't doing a whole lot, making a meatloaf in the oven, so I might have to go down there and, deal with that nonsense at some point here. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Did you make that post?
What post? The Rumble and Seat?
Yeah.
I did.
Did you see Tab's post?
About what?
The Rumble and the Seat on Facebook?
No, I have to go check it out. Why? What's up?
Go check it out real quick.
Well, I can check it out while we're doing this. Yeah, see, I got multiple screens. You know, I'm not as quite as cool as Tab and have this massive like 60-inch monitor. But between the 27 and the 22, I've got 49. So we're just gonna have to call it a day with that. You know.
Oh, you can add.
Shut up. You ain't as cool as what you think you are. I promise you that. All right, let's see.
I'm the coolest kid in the bunch.
Well, I will to say this: you about one of the most helpful ones. So
I wasn't going there.
Bobby put up. She like I've got her really going on this on the Opus clip.
Yeah.
So she got in there and she's like really working the magic on it. So
well, it's good.
You know, she's got 2 posted for tomorrow, and then I think she posted 1 for today or 2 for today.
I think I've seen she posted 1. I don't know if she posted the second one or not, but yeah.
Let's see here. Tab. When you're sitting in a restaurant, someone rips ass. You say it wasn't me, but my seat rumbled. It was flipping hilarious. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Now,
That's awesome.
There, and all you hear is some rip ass noise. And I just looked. I knew it wasn't me.
Yeah,
I knew it wasn't her.
Yeah.
And she turns around. She goes, "It wasn't me." And I'm just sitting there, and go, "It wasn't me, but it sure did move my seat or rumble my seat."
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it vibrated the shit out of that. I'm just like, wow.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, well, I don't know. I've shared it all out. Shared it out to everybody else. I don't know. See who all we can get in here.
I'm surprised that one broker hadn't popped in.
I shared it to Cisco. We'll see what he says. You know, I don't know.
Sean is in Mike's live right now. They're on events. Events don't usually pop into ours.
I see. So, it's one of those things, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I'm trying to figure out this Techfinity that's Sarah turned me on to here that's supposed to read out the stuff, but I'm not seeing how it goes here. I'm trying to figure out how to make it work.
So how's she doing?
I talked to her earlier today. She's back home. She's got she went and got a rental car. Ran her back home. Said that the warranty is going to kick in. They gave her a truck to rent. It's not exactly the greatest, I guess, but it sounds like it's something to go make money. So, you know what I mean? What are you going to do? I mean, it's, hey, at least that's the best part about it is that she's going to get to go make some money. So, you know, I mean, what do you do? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do? So, yep. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out here. AI voices. How do I make this work? How do I make this work? Because it's supposed to read out when you guys type something in the thing here, but I'm not seeing it. So it's definitely something else. I don't know what's going on with it here. So why it's not working? I don't know.
You really wanted to read the comments when something's written in the middle of somebody's talking?
Well, so I can adjust the volume and stuff from what Sarah said. So I'm just trying to figure it all out as far as how it all works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, you know what I mean? I'm trying to figure it all out. That's one of those things that you got to kind of look at. You know, I'm learning, you know, I'm learning. So, You know what I mean? So, yes, Bobby is so proud of me. So, one of those things.
This community is used by over 1 million streamers.
Well, you're supposed to have a VP that's supposed to know all this stuff, so we don't have to learn it.
Oh, so I wasn't going to go there, but you are.
Did Miss Bobby tell you about our conversation?
Yeah, I heard about it. So I don't know. One of those things.
Yep.
One of those things. We'll see what happens. I don't know. So I put it in the group chat. We'll see where we're at. Let's see here. Who can we get up here? I don't even know who's read what or what, where, why. So I'll see if I can get Cisco up here. There's Sarah. I don't even know if I sent them to anybody else. There's Rocky.
Laura. Get her up. Magic to be at home.
I sent a bunch of them out, so I don't even remember who all. See, that's the problem, man. I really wish I could, like, when I go up here and I click share, or even in my phone, when I do it in my phone, trying to go through and figure out what's going on with it, it's tough. You know what I mean? It's tough to figure out. So it's like, what do you do? I mean, I don't know. Because I would like to be, and I don't want to be that dude that just sits there and sends stuff out, and then I can't, I don't know who did what, when, where, why. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
I know.
I send it out twice to them, So there's Nurse Jeannie. We'll send it out to Jeannie.
That's Sarah's sister, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Sarah's sister. Yep.
Hey.
There it is. That's the Techfinity. It's working now. What's up, Tiff? What are you doing, girl?
Just laying around.
You at home, or where you at?
I'm down here. We're trying to get the truck worked on.
Down here, what? You broke down here? Like, what's going on?
I'm down here in Homestead, where the truck is out of, so their mechanic can work on the truck.
Oh, you at the terminal?
Yeah, I'm a little farther south of the terminal, but yeah.
Oh,
about
okay.
30 miles.
I got you. So what happened to the truck?
Well, the whole locking mechanism, where the window rolls down and everything is going out, so my door doesn't always lock. For one.
Oh.
2, the windshield wiper motor, the fluid motor went out of the truck. I have an airbag leak, so they're fixing that, and my bunk AC does not work.
Like your AC for the tri-pack or whatever for your APU ain't working?
I don't have an APU.
Oh, what do you got then?
I have to run the truck. But this doesn't work at all.
Oh, she's talking about a whole.
You're talking about the whole AC system in the back then on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's been 102 down here today. It's been a bitch.
I was gonna say, if you in Miami, babe, oh my God, that ain't gonna. Yeah, no. My big ass would have sweat in areas that are not supposed to have sweat when you sit in a truck. So yes, no.
I need a shower, and where I'm parked, there ain't no fucking showers. This bitch done baby wiped it up earlier.
Oh my. Hey,
it's nasty.
Have you heard of them scrub things that I'm using? You need to get on the website. Go to the website. Go under Trucker Goodies. It's got a link. Takes you right to them. They come in. They're about, I don't know, about 12 inches by 12 inches square, and it's a you don't have to rinse or anything. You just towel dry off, and you just use a little bit of water on them, and then once you get them wet, and then you just it's got
Oh, nice.
it's what is it soap and shampoo in the thing. So you just go through and you scrub yourself up. You know, I use about like 2 or 3 of them. You know, I use them on my hair. You can do your face and everything. They're not like the dude wipes where you know how the dude wipes are really bad because they just kind of fall apart on your skin sometimes. These things don't fall apart. They're amazing and they're pretty cheap, really. I mean, I got a 6-pack of 25 for like $50.
Well, send me the link. I sent you my phone number.
You finally sent me your new phone number? God damn, I'm privileged. I am fucking finally privileged. Holy shit. God damn.
I sent it to you the other day when you said, hey.
When did you send it to me? And where? Hold on.
Telegram.
Oh, did you send it? Honey, I don't get the messages from that thing much. And no, you didn't. Oh, no, you did. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, I did.
My apologies. I apologize. I was wrong. Okay? I'm not afraid to admit it. I was wrong. I apparently just missed that like right over my head. It happens. Copy number. Hold. No, I'm working. Give me a minute. Just give me a second. Damn. Lord, 46 years old, I still ain't got my life together, and you want me to do this shit in 5 seconds?
Well, you bitched the other day because I haven't gave you my number, but I did it.
Yeah, well, we hadn't talked in like fucking, I don't know, since God was a child or some shit. You know.
I kind of went MIA with a lot of people for a while.
I gather that. I 100% gather that. Yes, I really do. So let's see here. We're just going to update you. Edit. Do. Okay, we can get rid of that 217 number then. Okay.
Right.
Save. All right.
I don't live up there no more, so why do I have a 217 number?
No, I'm with you. Hold on a minute here. Scrubs. Let me send these to you.
I was going to do something and forgot.
Okay, Scrubs official website. Let's see here. Oh, they even got they got these things like they're like a freaking like a bonnet that you can use just for your hair, and it's already wet and everything. So you just like stuck your hair up all in there and do your thing that way. And I will say those are a little nicer than just using the wipes and stuff, because of the wipes and stuff. You might drip a little bit, so like I just keep like a floor mat down there to kind of soak that shit up. But yeah, no, they're amazing. They really are. Open in Chrome browser. Let's see here. Share. Copy the link.
Hello.
Okay. What's up, Sarah? Get in the box, babe. All right, I just sent it to you. It's in your phone. Website.
Yep, I got you.
There you go. You're there. Oh, yeah, Miss Sarah, I'm using Techfinity. That's how I know you said hello, by the way. Thank you for that little 411. That's kind of nice. Yep, that's definitely kind of nice. So, oh, boy. Hey, Tiff, did you go sign a petition to remove the PDF filers and stuff from getting a CDL? No.
I didn't know nothing about it.
Why are you not getting on my website? Do you just like hate me or something anymore or what? Like it took forever and a day to get your phone number again and now you know.
I don't hate you, Cupcake.
I'm just telling you.
Don't even go there.
I just sent you the website. You better go to the website and you better get on there and share that petition. Because you're the reason why I started all this after our conversation. After you told me about how you don't like to get out of the truck and shit like that at night and everything. Because, you know.
I don't.
I understand, and this is one of the reasons why I did what I did and wrote that petition and trying to get it going, because there's no reason for you women out here to have to feel like that. So it's bullshit.
I don't.
I know you don't.
I don't drive. That's why I don't like driving single anymore, because I've had so many creepy fucking incidents out here.
Right? I get it. 100% I do. Yep. 100% I do. Yep, 100% I do. Matter of fact, why don't we do this? I'm just going to send you the direct link to the petition. There we go. Yeah. On the oven? That's the meatloaf. Yeah, I won't have to. I got to. I'll be right back. Somebody hold this down. Here, you hold down the live. Oh, fine. Go check the meatloaf then. 45 minutes at 375. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's signed.
You did? Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yep. Share it out to your peoples as well.
I will.
See if you can get them to sign it and everything else. We need to get this. Because the thing of it is this is, I mean, this affects everybody. You don't even know what the hell these people are doing, you know. They go, but
Woohoo, we're up to 181 now.
well, that means she was Mr. or Miss 181 because we had 180 this morning when I got up. So
right before you were, while you were talking to her about it, I looked and we're up to 180, and then she said she signed, so I'm gonna say it's 181.
Yep. You know, and the thing of it is I don't understand why on earth we have to why do we have to beg for this? I just don't even get it.
So
I really don't.
Like that?
Oh, I do like it. Yes, I do, Sarah. The Tickfinity is kind of nice. Yes. What's up, Justin? Pop in a box, bro. Boxes are open if you guys want to come talk.
I'm trying to get people in here. See if I can't get people in here.
Awesome. We just have a good old family reunion here if we can.
You were in my live
What's
the other
up,
day.
y'all?
How's Justin tonight?
Oh, I'm doing fine, man. I ended up having the Deadhead home bobtailed. The company that I was leased onto, they got me.
What do you mean?
They
got you. What does that mean? I'm almost afraid to ask.
So I ran 2.5 weeks for them. 10K in loads. When they sent me my statement over, they sent me a statement. It was for $6,600 worth of the loads.
Yeah.
They wanted to pay me only $2,000.
Dude, what?
Yep. Yeah.
What was your contract for?
So the contract after when I sat and I read it before I even signed it, and then I read it after this happened. There was a bunch of charges that they hit me for that were not even in the contract.
Good Lord.
So they ended up taking $4,400 out of that 66. There was supposed to be a reimbursement, right? Because they had me because I was doing dropping hooks.
Okay.
So I went. They had me pick up a flatbed trailer, and the broker wanted me to get chains and binders. Well, I own a flatbed trailer. All my chains and binders are on that trailer. I don't carry that stuff on the truck.
Right.
And so I buy it because they were like, all right, yeah, the broker said they're going to reimburse it. Cool, bet. You know, I mean, it's 500 and it was like 580 something bucks.
Right.
550 bucks or whatever. They ended up, so they paid me 80. The contract was to pay me 88% of whatever I pulled.
Okay.
Well, reimbursement does not get included in that. It's not supposed to get included in that, you know, the rate comp. That when you pay somebody, you have a spot in that pay section for just reimbursement.
Right.
So they ended up taking a percentage of my reimbursement also on top of the load. So there's a friend of mine. She's a broker out of Georgia. She's well connected. So I just sent her all their information, and she's gonna put them on blast. There's a bunch of foreigners, man, and you know that old saying, you should listen to your wife. You're usually right.
I'm not even going there.
My wife really didn't like the whole ordeal that they were foreigners, couldn't understand them, and their English was really bad. And She's like, I don't like it, and I was like, I got to make money. I ain't got no choice. We're broke. I gotta make money.
Right.
And I spent the last of our money buying these semis. So thinking that, because I did hot shot for years, and I came across a couple double brokers and stuff. That's all I ever really came across.
Right.
Never did I come across anything like this.
Jeez.
And I've heard of drivers talk about things like this.
Well, I have to ask, I mean, tell me if it's none of my business, and this is just me being curious. Did they itemize the deductions they gave you? Okay, so you know exactly what was?
Yeah, and they're trying to say that I used $2,700 in fuel in 3,000 miles or 2,000 miles or something like that.
Do what?
I went back and I pulled all my receipts for the fuel that I got, because I was smart and I got even if I didn't have the receipts, I got my fuel at Pilot because I got showers and whatnot. That week that I ran for them loads, I did $1,600 in fuel.
So where did they come up with $2,600 or $2,700?
I have no idea, and they're not talking at this point. Their English got even worse.
Wow.
Oh, it sounds like you need a lawyer.
Oh yeah, I've already contacted my lawyer.
I
told him, I said, the bad part is y'all done fuck with the wrong white boy on this one, because I'm Jewish. My lawyer's Jewish, and I promise you, and I've got a lot of friends that are brokers. I got friends that are truckers. I got friends that are drivers. I'm going to blast y'all. I'm going to put you out of business. That is my ultimate end goal at this point.
Well, it sounds to me like they need to be put out of business, sir. I mean, it really does. Who's the, okay, I'm just going to ask you this. Who's the broker? I'm just curious right now. Who's the broker?
Angelica Farhat. That's a friend. I've known her. I met her on Facebook about 8 years ago. I was in Colorado. I was stuck. I couldn't find a load, and she had put up on Facebook that she needed a driver to just drive a truck to auction. And from there, she just kept giving me load after load after load after load, and I was like, that worked out perfect.
Wow.
Hi, Cupcake.
Wow. That's just crazy. What's up, Cisco?
So I ended up, now I'm trying to find somebody else to lease onto, or I'm going to get my own authority, one of the two.
Get your own authority.
Yeah.
That's what my insurance guy's trying to get that worked up for me now, because Florida, Geico came in at $39,000 for the year for me.
Is that for non-owned trailer insurance, or is that for owning the trailer and everything?
That's for owning a trailer and everything.
And how many trucks is that for?
One.
That's one truck?
My CDL is pretty new, man. So I got mixed up when I got my CDL.
New carrier.
Yeah. My CDL, I got mixed up with that whole, about 5 years ago, I got my CDL Class A's. Before they passed that whole law or 6 years ago, before they passed that whole law about having to take the school. And when I walked into the DMV, I did my permit, took the test, passed it. Walked up to the lady. She said, "Give me $500 and I'll hand you your hard CDL right now." Well, you work for the DMV. What the fuck am I supposed to say about that? So I handed her $500. Me and about 16 other guys did that. The state didn't penalize us once they caught it and they arrested her. And I had to go retake everything this year or last year. And so now when I get insurance or whatever, it's showing my issue date as, new.
Gotcha.
So it kind of screwed me.
Gotcha. Well, that's one of those things that they say that, if
You take a shortcut, it usually comes back to bite you.
yeah, well, I was just gonna say that everything done in the dark is brought to the light. So that's
that it was.
yeah. I
But I mean,
can.
even after I got it, man, I still only did hot shot. I ran a 40-foot trailer with a 4-door truck. But I grew up in the trucking industry with my dad. I've towed semis. I've worked on semis my entire life. So I mean,
So you went back though, and you got it right though. You did it the right way. You got it all
yeah,
squared away, and so then yeah, you should be good.
yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna let me I'm gonna direct message you from my my personal page. Um, I'm gonna find you here. Where are you at, sir? There's Justin. Let me send Justin a. Well, come on, open it up. I'm gonna throw you a follow real quick as well. Um, I'm gonna send you over my insurance people and see if they can't do anything for you. Matt's a really good dude. They're out of the Kansas City area, and they work with a lot of different companies and stuff. So try to give them a call. Also, if you need any help, man, getting your DOT numbers and stuff, give me a call. I've helped a lot of people get their numbers.
What
So,
I'm in the process of right now, I got to call the FMSCA Monday. So I've had my MC and my DOT for the last 5 years
okay,
under my other transport business, but I had a shop too, a mechanic shop.
okay,
And so they told me that I could transfer the name because we got flooded by Helena last year. Or the year
okay,
before, I mean.
okay.
And that screwed me. Like the insurance, I $30,000 a year for shop insurance. And you know what they told me? They said, "Oh no, you're not covered for that." So me and my wife ended up coming out of pocket $60,000, and that hurt. And we couldn't come back from it. And so we ended up closing, filing bankruptcy. And the FMSCA, even though my numbers are inactive now, they're like, you can reactivate them and transfer the name and keep your numbers. And I'm like, that's great because some of the brokers I deal with, they know those, they know me by those numbers,
Right.
it would be a lot easier on me. But my insurance guy hit me with the whole, Justin, if I'd put the trucking company in West Virginia, my insurance would be a lot cheaper, a lot cheaper. So there's that.
Where you at out of Florida?
I'm on the West Coast, 45 minutes north of Tampa. And that's the other reason, I guess, Geico came in so high, because they show this as a very congested area.
Well, that, and I can tell you this, I know from other people I've talked to in Florida, because Florida has such a high, what do they call it, high amount of fraud. That is another reason why, because of the amount of fraud that's up there. But once again, I just sent it over to you. Midwest Insurance, Matt Rich. Phone number, it's 1-800 number. I'd give them a call Monday morning. Talk to them, see what they can do for you. They're pretty good people. They really are. They'll do what they can to try to work it out and get you the best rate that they can. Because I mean that right there, man, that's $39,000 for that's one truck, one trailer.
Oh, that's one truck, one trailer.
Yeah, see, that's just wow.
Yeah,
that's a lot of cheddar, bro. That's hard to swallow. That's almost 3 times what I'm paying. So for the same thing.
When I was running hot shot, I was still paying 23 when I first started. When I first started in Florida, should I say, I was paying 23,000, and then it went down to 20, then it was down to 19 a year, and that was all through Progressive.
I live in Pensacola.
Oh, you're up there where there's a lot of traffic at, dude. Well, I don't know about now. I heard it slowed down up there.
It's not so bad.
Yeah, we're right here in Spring Hill. I'm right where I always tell people I live where the mermaids are.
Yep. I know where you're at. I know where you're at for sure.
Well, I'm down here in Miami at the moment.
Yeah, no, see, and that's the thing. I won't run Miami. I refuse to go down there. And that falls back on when I was a mobile mechanic. I used to be based in Sebring. And I used to get all the trucks on 27 that would come through South Bay, out of Hialeah and all. No, I'm good. I got so sick and tired of dealing with them drivers. They would bring the worst trucks through, and it was just so bad. And I think me and Sarah have had these conversations before. So yeah, I don't go
Yeah.
to Miami because it's so hard to drive down there in Miami. And I got a buddy, just a couple years ago, he was down there in Miami, and the only thing that saved him, I guess, was he had the dash cam on his truck. They literally caused the accident for insurance reasons.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, if you
Yeah.
go back and look on my personal page, I posted up a video here from, God, what was that, 2022? I was going into the tunnel up there on the PA Turnpike, and it's the one there at the 123 yardstick. I was westbound in the right lane doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and this Abilene Motor Express truck come over. Like, I've got, I don't know, I think I had almost the entire truck into the tunnel at this point. It was right at where it curves into it. And that young little girl, man, she come right over into me. And I mean, when you look at the video, she's got her truck half into my lane. I mean, ripped the whole left side of my mirror, my hood, or at least the fender, the bumper. She got into the power tarp arm on my hopper. I mean, she tore it up pretty good. And when I had to chase her down, because she got back over in her lane, I guess, after she realized that there was something blocking her. And it wasn't like I had anywhere to go because, we're in a tunnel, so you've got concrete basically 6 inches off your mirror, if you will. And I chased her down, and I'm like, you just messed up my mirror. I'm, pointing at my mirror and stuff because my mirror, it's all pulled forward. She probably was able to do her hair in it, sitting in her driver's seat over in the left lane. And I'm like, you need to pull over. So I kind of backed off to just let her come over. So, once we got out of the tunnel, we
Just
could
wanted to
go
say
on.
thanks for popping in the other night. Sorry you didn't get a word and I felt bad, but
That's okay. Thanks, Truckers Table. Come on up, talk to us. More than welcome. We just talking trucking and everything.
Hey to y'all.
It's okay. It's all right. A lot of times I just sit and listen, so we're good. But if you go through and try to let her get on out, well, we get out. I'm 3 miles down the road out of the tunnel, and she's still going. I had to call into Abilene Motor Express and be like, hey, you need to get your driver to pull over. She just, sideswiped me. And the dispatch said, well, how do we know that? And I said, well, I've got a dash cam that's going to show your driver half in my lane.
If you had just a call log.
Went through and shoved me into the wall. And he was like, oh, I'll call and tell her to pull over. And I'm like, okay. So we pull over. The cops show up because got to get a police report for insurance. Everybody knows that. Cop looks at me. He says, at this point, it's a he said, she said type situation. And I'm just going to let it to where both your insurance companies had to deal with this. And I said, excuse me? I said, why don't you watch this little dash cam footage right here before you decide to make that call? Because I'm going to tell you, what you just said there, that dog ain't going to hunt with me. And he said, oh, yeah. And I was like, play. And you can see it plain as day on the monitor. She comes over. He says, well, what do you want me to do about this? Your job. I would like for you to write a police report. I need her insurance. This all needs to be turned in accordingly. I'm not upset with the girl. I mean, accidents happen. All I need you to do is do your job so I can get my truck and I can be made whole again through her insurance. So.
I guess they don't understand that about owner-operators, man. They're not made of money. Any business owner,
Well, I can tell you right now, Abilene Motor Express is owned by Knight. Well, it was Knight Swift at the time, and I think now it's just solely Knight, but whatever. Even if it was a Knight, massive mega carrier, they still want to be made whole. They don't want to have to pay for a truck and trailer if they don't have to. That hits their bottom line profit. And just so you know, I'm a shareholder in Knight Swift, so I don't want them to take it because the more money they make in profit, I'm not going to lie, it was kind of a double-edged sword for me in that accident situation because not all, one, I'm getting hit by the people that I own stock in. So it's like, do what?
Like my stepdad told me years ago when he was driving reefer, I don't remember what company he said he worked for. He got into an accident, and when they sent the bill over from the other trucking company, there was some kind of fee on there for the truck being down. I don't remember what he called it now. He worded it a certain way.
You talking about after an accident?
Yeah.
Usually it's a loss of revenue.
Yeah, I think that, or they called it. Yeah, I think that's probably what it was. But yeah, he said, yeah, they'll hit you for that fee too. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'll try. There ain't no coming out of pocket. You know, I didn't make many insurance claims when I had the shop. And most of the stuff I just took care of out of pocket.
Right.
You know, trucking's going to be is a whole lot different. I mean, I've worked on trucks most of my life, and like I said, I've towed them. My dad was a driver. That's what got me into it when I was young, anyways.
Well, I know, like, so when I was going through all of that with Abilene Motor Express at night, I wound up because they were trying to fight it at one point because they were like, oh, you know, we're not going to pay for your lost revenue. And I was like, oh, no, you're going to pay for my lost revenue. I promise you this. You've cost me all this time where I've got to come back here and I got to meet with their adjuster. I had to meet with their adjuster like 3 or 4 times. And then they were like, oh, well, you know. And I just told my attorney, and he was like, is there any way that your insurance can cover this? And we'll just. So I called my insurance at the time, and I told them what was going on, and they were like, Mike, we got you. Don't worry about it. You good. So they came out with their adjuster. They looked everything over, and they were like, nope, all of this needs taken care of. Here it is. Did a big old thing, wrote the whole thing up, wrote it all up, and they handed it to me and said, here you go. Cut me a check. I had a check 5 days later, something like that. They sent me a check in the mail, you know. And then they told me, they were like, if there's any other charges or whatever, just tell the body shop to take care of it and send us the updated thing, and then we'll go after Night Swift. The only problem that happened with that is because of when that happened and how long it took, that was part of my loss run report at the end of the year for my renewal on my insurance. So I took a little bit of a hit on that, and my insurance went up roughly about, what was it? I think $150 a month if you break it down monthly. So, I mean, it wasn't too hateful. But, I mean, even still, you know, you got to go through, and when you look at that, it's like, you know. So, but, you know, from my understanding, Matt did tell me he was like, or Debbie at the time, she's since retired, but Debbie had told me, she said that don't feel bad because I know a lot of other guys' insurances went up.
Evening, so. Everyone.
Hey, what's up, Rocky? Hop in a box if you want to, brother. So, yeah, I mean, it went up, I don't know, what was it? I want to say it was like, I think it went up about, it was like $1,900 a year or something like that. So it wasn't too hateful, but it was still hateful enough. Daddy. So.
We're talking about trucking.
Why am I not seeing these come in the box here? I'm seeing it where they're trying to come up into a box.
That's the only issues that I've had. I mean, I don't know. I had an issue today. I felt really green about it when I did it. I was putting my flatbed at the place where I park it at up the road from me at a buddy's shop, and I'm backing in on my blind side, and I forgot to look to the left, and it was too late when I heard the crunch on my hood when I hit the container.
Ouch!
I was like, well, guess I'm doing some fiberglass work this week.
Ouch! Ouch!
Damn.
Yeah, that's a huge ouch.
Yeah, well, I didn't bust it too bad. Thank God. I was really, I caught it just as I heard the crunch. I stopped. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Oh, and the bad part is I was just
give me a bit. Got a call
about well, I was in New Jersey delivering at the.
I'm having Wi-Fi issues here in my concrete house, lol.
At East Brunswick.
Okay.
Listen, I give it to them drivers up there. That's some tight areas. I missed my turn to get into that FedEx, and I ended up going down this side road that I probably shouldn't have been on with this 53-foot trailer in my truck.
You think? You think?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because I pissed a bunch of people off that night because I had to make a 90-degree turn and another 90-degree turn to get back around, and it was rough. And I went all that.
What's
time,
going on?
And I didn't get no accidents or damage my truck, and parking my trailer, I did it. Hey, Rocky, do you do
Adventure Kirstable just seen a notification.
Hang on, that voice thing just covered you up a little bit. What was it?
I'm gonna work on that.
Do you do apron and kingpin replacements?
Yeah, we do some. When I have my son with me and all, I won't do them by myself. I usually send them over to one of the other shops, or to Martina and Evan, when the two of them are together. But it's just so much work by yourself.
I know. That's what my dad used to do with Howard Fertilizer, but
you can turn it in.
Flatbed I bought, it's rusted out at the frame, and the apron is
_1_guy_78. I followed you.
So.
Okay.
I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get it all.
Turn the volume down on the comments, Cupcake.
I'm trying, Sarah, but I can't figure that out.
I don't even know how you're doing that. Are you using?
So Sarah gave me this thing.
App?
So she gave me this thing called Tickfinity, okay, and it's supposed to read the comments to help out with everybody being able to kind of see it or whatever. And so I'm learning right now. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of look like a fish out of water right now, trying to figure this out. But you know, I'm in the app, but I'm trying to figure out where you do this at. So I don't even know.
So the Tickfinity works with your TikTok Live.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, and I have no idea where this is at now. And of course, Sarah's going to tell me to turn it down, but then I'm going to sit over here and struggle. So,
Sarah, let it tell us where. I want you to put in a comment so we can hear how to turn it down.
Right?
Oh, wait a minute. I think I found it. Let's try it there. Somebody write a comment. Let's see what happens.
Hello.
Oh, that's still too loud. Try it again.
Hello.
That's a little better.
Hey.
That's a little better, yeah.
Yeah, let's turn it up just a little bit more here. What about it?
The hell out of the live.
Oh, that's good. Tell Miss Ellie Joe that we're happy we're helping here there. All right.
Not exactly where it is long.
I found it though, Sarah. No, I did. I got it. You go to sounds, and then you go to TTS chat, and then under general settings, and then there we go. I think I've got it. We're good. Yes, I learned something new again today.
So the TikTok, that other app is a separate app, right?
Yeah, it's called Tickfinity, Tickfinity, and you can either do it mobile or on the desktop. So, and since I'm sitting at home today, I'm on the desktop. So,
I wish TikTok would get it where you can use your Mac for the live on the desktop.
You can't use it. You can't do it though.
No, you have to have a Windows machine for the desktop.
Well, look, okay, I'm just going to say this about, you know what, I'm not, because I don't need to go back and forth with Sam and you about this Apple nonsense. I'm just going to put it out there. So, and Sarah as well. I know Sarah's an Apple person, so I'm not even going there, Tiff. I really didn't need to go here, okay? I'm already outnumbered as it is. I don't need to add more and more and more. So, it's like, but the thing of it is this. I can tell you this. I can use the TikTok Live on my desktop as a Windows, so just going to throw that out there.
There's a way to with the Apple. You got to use another thing to go through, but I hear it has some hiccups, but I just haven't done it. So I either use my iPad or usually my phone. But once you go to Apple for the other stuff, though, I hated it for a while, and I just went to the Apple on the desktop because our Windows machine was screwing up all the time. Maybe not quite a year ago, And I'll tell you now, I won't go back. The first 3 months, I was like, I'm ready to put a stick of dynamite in this stupid thing. But now that I've gotten used to it and messages and stuff on my phone, everything just automatically, if the desktop on, it's there, my pictures, whatever. That part is pretty nice.
Rocky, he just likes being one of the peasants and sticking over there with that Android stuff, you know.
Actually, I'm gonna tell you right now. I hate
He
to tell you
can't hang
this.
with us big boys.
Actually, let's just put it out there. Everything that Apple has is all hand-me-down stuff from Android. So that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. From what I understand, that's what I'm told. That it's all basically hand-me-down technology. So
I've told you before, mouth will say anything.
Well, this is just what I've read. So it is what it is. So
yeah. I had the Samsung Android tablets and the phones and all that. Went to the iPhone. My wife had used one for work for a long time, and she was like, probably hate it the first couple of weeks, but after that, you get used to it and figure out how to work the Apple. It's so much easier, and it is getting this stuff and everything. But yeah, it took me a little while to get used to it. I hated the phone for a long time.
I've used them.
I wouldn't go back.
I've used them. My neighbor lady across the street, she's got an iPhone, and I got a buddy that works for Apple. He's an electronics engineer, lives down in the Tampa area, and I'm just gonna say, no, thank you. Been there, done that. No, thank you.
I won't go into. I can't work on Android. Save my soul.
It's easier than Apple.
Hey, Mike, I don't care if you believe it or not. I just want you to say for me, just for one time, Apple's the best.
So let's just put it this way. I'll eat apple pie and I can eat a peach for days, and I love cake. But you'll never hear me say what you just said.
I just want you to say it one time real quick. Just one time, and you ain't ever going to say it again.
You know what? I'll put it to you this way. We can make a bet about something, and I will do anything and everything, including into my own, existence, to make sure I never had to say that word.
I just want you to say it one time on the live.
No way.
Just say it one time on the live.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good.
I've had an
He
Apple
promises
since
not to cut the video and put a post up about that.
No, I'm not saying
so wait
that.
till tomorrow.
I'm not saying that because that's exactly what I was going to do, and he knows it. That's why he won't say it.
You got to wait till tomorrow.
No, you will never, ever, 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 ever hear me say anything like that.
I'm an Android guy myself, man. So.
See, there you go. There you go. The only thing that I do dislike is that I wish the two of them would figure it out on how to come together so that we can, as you guys call it, FaceTime, or we call it video call on the Android side. Like, I don't understand why we can't have this. But you can go to WhatsApp or Snapchat or whatever, and we can have a grand old time in there with a massive video call.
You got me.
I'm just saying. But the thing of it is this. Why can't I, when I'm on my phone, or why can't you, when you're on your phone, and I tap the little thing that says video call, why can't we just do that? Why do we need to go to a whole other app like Meet? Or what I'm saying, like, you've got Meet, you've got WhatsApp, you've got Snapchat. We can do all those video calls through those apps. Why can't we just do it through the phone? Why does it matter who the operating system is designed by? I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, the technology that we have today.
But I can send you a link and you can connect to it.
What, on your FaceTime?
Uh-huh.
We'll have to try that then. You'll have to show me how that trick works then. So, because I do have from time to time.
I do it for my dad all the time.
See, I have friends that have Apple phones, and they'll call me and they'll need help with some on their truck or something like that. And they're like, oh crap, you ain't got Apple. So
all you do have to do is send you a link, and all you have to do is hit join.
Well, then I will remember that. Thank you for that information. That's two things I've learned now today.
I'll have to remember that too, because I get some guys that call me. The majority have iPhones, but some will call me. Hey, I'm working on this. What do I need to do? Well, let me see it. Can you FaceTime? Oh no, I got Android, so I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, Rocky, I have that same problem. It's like, they want me to look at something to try to help them out, and it's like I can't. I'm screwed. It's like, well, it's either that or I tell them, I'm like, open up WhatsApp, open up Snapchat, Google Meet. I don't know, something that we can do outside of this. So
Rocky might
hold
be
on.
familiar.
I'll jump back in here in a minute. I will prove a point.
What are you gonna do? Call my phone? She gonna call my phone. She gonna call my phone. We gonna figure this. We gonna watch this live here. Is what we're gonna do.
Rocky might be familiar with this. I don't know what system he uses for software for scanners, but I use Diesel laptops, and I've had to get the black box from Diesel Laptop to program a truck once, and the guy in Texas. He's like, hey, man, because I was having a hard time getting it to go and connect and the whole nine after they sent it to me. It was like $400 for the box. He's like, hey, man, FaceTime me, bro. I'm an Android guy, man. I don't have an iPhone.
Yeah. I don't use any of the laptops and stuff. I'm going to have to do something probably in the next year or two because a lot of the newer trucks are being built with this electronic steering assist. The electric motor up on top of the gearbox.
Yeah.
And I've been weighing the cost of it. Right now, what I would have to charge for that to cover the expense of that and renewing the software updates every year for all the different manufacturers is so ridiculously expensive that the few trucks that I do, majority of them now are at a fleet. And they have this stuff to take it in the shop, put the things out around the truck, and then with the laptop hooked up to reset everything, reprogram it.
Now my headset's working again.
And then the others, I'm like, man, the dealer gets $200 to do it or something like that, and then drive it and do the same thing with it. So, go there if it is a problem. But most of them that I've done have not had to be recalibrated. Only a few that were way, way out.
I don't recommend Diesel laptops. I've had my Diesel laptop for about 5 years, and I bought it because where I was working on trucks, but I also worked on heavy equipment, and Caterpillar was my biggest problem. That's the reason I went to Diesel laptops, because at that time, Diesel laptop was the only one that would allow me to program injectors after replacing them in the newer Cats.
Okay.
And my hard drive went out on the Toughbook laptop that they sent me.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't work on anything newer than what I already have, stored for the software. So I'm not renewing my subscription with them, for which was like $35 or $4 grand a year.
Yeah.
So I turned around and I called him up and I'm like, hey man, my hard drive went out. Can I just have my IT computer guy, replace the hard drive and re-download the software? Oh, no. You got to give us $4 grand and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, whoa. Y'all didn't tell me this when I spent $13,000 on this laptop.
What? Whoa, back up. You spent $13,000 for a laptop, sir?
Yeah, I did. I got $8,000 on the software scanner.
The software alone is fucking expensive.
Yep.
Holy cow!
The laptop's not expensive. It's the software.
Software is what's expensive. The laptop's not.
Once again, why I say I'll never run a Cat.
But it's not even just for Cat. It helped me with the Cummins, because Cummins
Insight don't cost that much.
Nope, and that was something that I think Cummins did about 4 years ago or something. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rocky.
Yeah, it wasn't very long ago. A few years.
Have to use Insight.
Yeah, but Insight don't cost that much, and I run Detroit, and even if I want to be able to program and do the whole delete thing, it's only $2,500 a year for the software license.
I know. Trust me. I know.
So this is my confusion with the 13,000 number you said.
Yeah, well, I spent that amount because of where I was doing equipment. So I was doing John Deere, I was doing Caterpillar, Komatsu's, and then it did every truck. There was a couple trucks I had issues with, but it did Volvo, PACCAR, Cummins. So I was doing.
Because remember, Cupcake, with the Insight, you can only do the Cummins.
Yes.
You can't
that's
do
it.
anything else.
Well, I
You
get
can't-
that, but
it won't work on Volvo, Freightliner, nothing.
right, I get that, but like, man, like, holy, well, I mean, I guess 13,000 if he's doing all of them, but I thought he was just doing it for like his truck. But I guess if you're doing all of them, then yeah.
Yeah, at that time when I bought it, I was full on. I was straight mechanic. I didn't do anything else. But, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I've always made good money as a mechanic.
Right.
And that's the reason I have a garage full of everything you could possibly think known to man to work on everything.
Right.
Right.
But at the same time, I hurt my elbow a few years back, and ever since I hurt my elbow, and I have to get a surgery, and I don't have insurance, so that don't work. They want to do surgery on me for it, but I can only bend my arm so far, and Rocky knows when you got to break clutch bolts loose or transmission bolts loose. Listen, it takes a lot of strength to break them bolts loose.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to be a diesel mechanic if you can't use everything from your shoulders down. Well, even that, you're not going to be a diesel mechanic if your back's jacked up or whatever, because you're using your back muscles and your core muscles and everything on that. I mean, you know, even if, that's just not happening.
Shit.
Wow.
I'm not just doing what I do, the suspension stuff and all, man. Your legs, shoulders, arms, your back. You're using a lot of different muscles to get shit to move sometimes, or put something in place, and doing springs and all.
Yeah, and I still do some mechanic work. Like what I do now is I keep it real light. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't do a whole, I do my DOT inspections, and I do brakes and bearings and stuff like that. But what I really got to kick into doing right now is and I'm one of the only ones in Florida at the moment that's set up to do Go Green APUs.
Oh, I've heard of them.
Yeah,
you're the only one in Florida doing them?
As far as I know, the owner said that he has nobody else down here listed for that.
Well,
but he said he did have a guy, but he's unreliable, so they quit using him.
Yeah.
So now all the trucks are either going to Pennsylvania or they're going to Texas. So Harry Benjamin is the owner of Go Green APU, for which he owned one of the largest trash companies in Altoona, Pennsylvania for the longest time. I met him through working on his RV. He has an AquaHot system in his RV, and I knew nothing about it when he called me to work on it, just so everybody knows. I self-taught myself how to fix that thing.
I'm right there with you right now. What is that?
It's a diesel-operated heater. It's an actually really cool system. It really
for like
is.
a bunk heater or something.
Yeah, it's like, I guess you call it that.
Okay, I mean, okay.
It's
but it was a hot water heater, right? Like the boiler thing. That's
it's
Class
like a boiler,
A's.
but it also does the heat in the unit, like the heat for the RV itself, like the heater.
Yeah.
And then it's the water heater and all that.
Oh, so it does all the hot water and everything for the RV. I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
I had to self-teach myself how to fix it because the motherboard went bad on it. Like, listen, I'm not the smartest box in the crown box, but crown the box. Hey, I'll figure it out if I can.
Not the brightest crayon in the crayon box is what you were trying to say there, I think.
Yeah, I'm still a little flabbergasted about my last 2 weeks, man. I can't even talk right.
Well, I can understand that with what you told me. I mean, that's a tough one.
I was going to tell you, I did. So when I called the FMSCA, because I remember, I don't know if it was your live or somebody else's live I was in, they were having a conversation about how the FMSCA really doesn't handle non-payment stuff, but they handle other things. So they gave me a phone number to some ICBS or something like that. It's another department of the FMSCA. It's a complaint office.
Oh, the complaint department, yes. Yeah, the complaint line, yes.
So because they were changing while I was on the road, they kept changing, adding more time to my ELD while I was on the road. I ended up unplugging my ELD, and I ran paper logs.
CCDB.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trucking History. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to remember what it was called. It was formerly the NCCDB. Now it's just the FMCSA Complaint Center. So, yeah, either way. But actually, you get to their website, though, because they don't want to call it that, it's the nccdb.fmcsa. Like the period, like FMCSA period, DOT.gov. Even though they say that it's no longer considered the NCC. Like, that makes no sense. Anyways, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
The people I talked to there, I filed the complaint and I sent them the proof of where they kept adding time to my ELD, trying, so I could drive longer than my 11 hours.
Well, and that's how we get those. See, and that right there is one of those things where a lot of people have said, we just want to. The reason why we filed the petition for the choice of the ELD or the paper is just so you guys can cheat, as they call it. They're cheating now on the ELD with like what you just said there.
Yeah, they were adding. They added. And I wasn't paying attention that night, but I did 825 miles.
At SSV_LLC.
Right? 825 miles. Now, if you do the math, number-wise, 11 hours gives you that, 650, 700 miles? 11 hours? I can tell you right now that in a 70-mile-an-hour truck, if you're able to have a really good day and not run into any traffic or any of that, and only do your half hour and fuel with it and only all of that nonsense, me and my buddy BJ did 743 in one day. Yeah, and
we were
through Texas. I did 768.
Were you in a 75-mile-an-hour truck or was that a 70-mile-an-hour truck?
I had 75, 80.
Well, so yeah, see, me and BJ, we were doing it going out to like Fremont, Nebraska and stuff. So you're only 70 mile an hour though. But yeah, I could see that in Texas if you guys run that 75. So yeah.
Well, the one truck that I'm currently driving while I'm waiting on my Cascadia to get the cam bearings done in, it's governed at 75. And I only run about 70, 71, 72, depending on where I'm at.
Right.
And literally that day going from Syracuse, New York to Jackson, Mississippi, I was 800 and something miles in that trip in one day on one run. I was like, there's no way that I did that many miles in my 11 hours and only running 70.
Well, I will tell you this. So if you run ag exempt, and I can show it, that I legally, and I've done it, I've ran 1,000 to 1,100 miles back to back to back days running ag exempt. But you're going to be running ag exempt to do that. If you're just running the standard regular 11-14 clock with the 30-minute break and all that, you're not going to, like Tiff said, she ran 768 across Texas in a 75-mile-an-hour truck. My buddy BJ and I, we ran 743 in a 70-mile-an-hour truck when we were at the company we were driving for. I mean, I'll tell you this, even with me running what I run now, and I'm, obviously I'm not governed because I own the truck and stuff, but I'm the same as you. I run about 72 on a cruise sometimes. If I'm not in, if I'm just out there on a 70-mile-an-hour road or 70, it's just go. Put it at 72 and go.
My 06 International 9200, my intentions is, originally when my buddy had it, we had hired a driver to put in it. That's the reason that truck is governed, and I forgot before I left out to turn that off because my Cascadia is not governed. They both have the same motor, the ISX Cummins, but my Cascadia is not governed and it's turned up. But this International is not, for the simple fact is I did not want a hired driver to sit there and burn my truck up.
Right.
So that's the reason why. And I forgot about it when I went out. I was like, hey, I need to hook up my laptop and turn that off. But I forgot about it.
And you're supposed to turn it all the way up, company driver.
Well, my Cascadia is turned up because that's the one I'm usually driving, but ran into an issue. My buddy did the bottom end on it, and it was fine for a while, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, when the truck warms up, it loses oil pressure after it warms up. And it's got a brand new oil pump, brand new bottom end, all new rods, main bearings. He said he did the oil filter because Cummins came out with a, huh? I didn't hear you, Rocky.
It's a Cummins.
Yeah, it's
you
ISX.
say it's the Cummins.
Yeah, ISX.
The Detroit. Okay, yeah, because I know the Detroits, man. I know you start losing oil pressure in them, you better get it shut down and go get that oil pump manifold and all that stuff done.
He did the oil pump in this one and the rod bearings and the main bearings, and he said he did the oil because Cummins came out with a update for the little. There's a pressure relief valve in the oil filter housing. And he said he did that one, but and I got digging into it, and the only thing we could come up with is the only thing we haven't done is the cam bearing. So, but then Cummins also did put out. I've read a release on that they said they had an issue with oil filters. Certain oil filters on those ISX 15s they're not properly working with them or something. So it clogs them up or something. Yeah, too restrictive. And I'm like, well, that might have been the problem. I'm not sure, but we're running CarQuest brand, and I've got the same motor, just a little bit older in the International, and I'm running the same oil filter, and I haven't had any problems with my oil pressure.
Yeah, because I know them DD15s or 13s, you get about 600 on them or so. You want to get them in before you have the problem where those O-rings and seals in the pickup manifold in the oil pan.
Yep.
If you want to get that stuff done on them Detroits.
Actually, I'll tell you this out of personal experience because I've got one. They're now recommending $250,000.
Are they?
Yep. They're now reckoning 250,000 miles because they're finding that, when you look at that pickup, Rocky, and on the end, it's got that little square spot right there.
Yeah, that breaks.
They're finding that it's breaking at around the between 250 and 300,000 miles. I lost a DD15 because of that. So it apparently it sucked itself shut, is what happened on mine. And when it sucked itself shut, it started from oil, and that was the end of it. We wasted the main bearings in it. So, yep. Yeah. And I had, let's see here. It had a little over 500,000 on it when it was bought. We had that manifold and everything done at that time. They went through the truck top to bottom, did all of the stuff to it, even put a new pickup manifold. Then we soaking Uncle Rob and soaking Big Bird. I mean, I can do 1,800 miles in a night too at 75 mile an hour for 24 hours. So that's a good liar's counter joke. I will say that. But we go through and it had, what was it? It only had 230,000. Yeah.
I don't follow dog regulations.
So, I was at like 730 when it, what's up, Wild Child? Come in a box if you want to. But went through and they, boom, it sucked the manifold shut at 230,000, started for oil, and it wasted an entire engine. So, yep.
That's the reason that the truck that I'm buying from this gentleman that works, he drives for Landstar. He's 70 years old, still bumping them, driving them, turning them 18 wheels, everybody. But
you can't be DOT exempt, you dumbass.
He's selling me his truck and his reefer.
And, oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a beautiful truck. The only problem is I will never be able to lease on to anybody with this truck, and I know that because it's a 99. He's still leased on the Landstar, but he's been leased on the Landstar for a very long time.
My cousin works for them.
But the 99s have an electronic engine, so you can still, and that's the only requirement for Landstar. Yeah, that's the only requirement for Landstar. They don't care if it's a 1962 Oshkosh or something, as long as the engine is electronic, right? And it will connect to an E-log. That's all they care about.
So, Rocky, I got a question about that real quick, if you don't mind. So, I know, like, I use Red Ready Solutions for my ELD, right? And they have the capability with their software and stuff that you don't have to have an electronic engine to run their ELD if you don't want to. What would be Landstar's policy on that? Do you know?
Well, I know the truck has to be able to accept an ELD. I don't know. I know anything with an electronic engine will accept the ELD, even if it's older than 99.
Right.
And if you have that, now there are some guys that have been there for 25, 30 years that have older trucks. And there's a couple that I do that have older cab overs, and they're like 80s models, D11s in them and small cats and whatever from back then. But they are still exempt. But if they leave or get a different truck, it has to be one with an electronic engine that will accept the ELD.
Okay.
I'm not sure about they only use Motive and the Qualcomm one, whatever the hell it is now, are the only two ELD devices they will accept.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one that I'm looking at getting is the Motive.
Motive is definitely the better of the two.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm looking at getting when I do my own numbers, when I get my own authorities, I'm going to run Motive.
Yeah.
Because the company I was leased on with, they had me running through Secure Path ELD is what they had.
Oh, yeah. Because we used to have, they had the Qualcomm one, and we could use the Keep Truck In, and then another one, but just over the last couple of years, they've got rid of those, and now you've either got Motive or the other.
Yeah, and this old guy, he's really helping me out with this, selling me this truck, because he did me a favor on that, let me do payments. And he just had the motor rebuilt by Pittsburgh Power, motor, transmission, diffs. So, he just had to, I guess he had to send the computer back to Pittsburgh Power because they had to turn his computer down. And, because I guess he got a ticket in New Jersey or somewhere for smoke. So he's like, I had to turn the smoking thing off.
All you're doing rolling coal is just putting money out the pipes is all you're doing.
Oh, I know. Yep. This International, I've tried to mess with it, but I think I got a problem. It's not giving me a code for it, that's for sure, and I'm not seeing anything on the data stream when I put my scanner on it, but I'm definitely rolling some coal with this truck, and I do not have this truck turned up, so I do not understand why it's rolling coal the way it is.
Demetrius Scott, what do you need, driver? Anything I can help you with?
So we're not really dodging you, Demetrius. I'm just not going to entertain the 1,800 miles in a night and ELD is for the little girls. I'm just not going to. I don't have time for all of that. That's one of those things.
If you're looking for drama, there's a couple of other groups that love that. You can go on over there to those. Go find A-Fart and a couple of them. They love that drama.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, because the thing of it is this. You're going to have a triple-digit truck to run 1,800 miles in 24 hours. And the reason being is everybody has to use the restroom. If you're going to be running that fast, you're going to burn through a crap ton of fuel, so you're going to have to stop and get fuel. So it's one of those things. Because you're not going to run, even if you're going to run like that, and even if you get 6 miles to the gallon and you have 300-gallon tanks, you're not going to run those tanks all the way dry. Because when you do, it's a son of a gun to get it primed back up again. So, and to be able to average 75 miles an hour for 24 hours, you're running 100 miles an hour. And if you're running 100 mile an hour around 55 mile an hour curves, you must have a truck that defies the laws of gravity and physics. So I just don't entertain that type of stuff. It's funny, ha ha. You know, I've been hearing that joke for 28 years now that I've been driving, that, you know, running 1,800 miles. The main reason that the joke kind of got started was the whole, because the new radial tires are only rated for 75 mile an hour. And so since the tires are rated for 75, the joke was back in the day was, well, then we can do 1,800 miles in a day. So it's one of those things, you know. It's yeah. So
I called my old man after I did that 800 something miles, and he's you know, he's retired now. I mean, they forced him to retire because of his COPD.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "That's all you got in?" He said, "Well, back in my day, I'd run that DC Beltway, and I just cut her all the way down the East Coast and back up in one night." I was like, "That's crazy! Stop it, Dad."
Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, I run 1,100 miles in a day. And Sam will tell you right there, that one guy, 78, he watches me do it. And I'm only able to do it because I'm on ag exempt. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I run that 1,100 mile, usually I'm pretty wore out once I get done. These roads out here are not smooth. There is nothing about them smooth. And by the time you have ran 1,100 miles and got your kidneys beat out of your back, and you're looking like a bobblehead doll as you're driving down the road, you know, as you're doing this for 1,100 miles, your neck, your traps, your kidneys, your lower back, your legs, you're so wore out from it. It's all you really want to do, you know. I mean, I could tell you the most I have ever drove in one sitting, not going to say a day, but one sitting, was 1,500 miles, and that was back when I was running livestock 20 years ago. So, and I'm going to tell you, it was everything that I wanted. So, it really was. There was, yeah, I didn't really want no more of that. But we got the cows out there, we got them off, and didn't have a whole lot of shrinkage, so everybody was good. So, it's just one of those things. It's just called simple math.
But see, even running teams, though, we could only run at 75 mile an hour, a total of about 1,500.
Right. Well, Tiff, I'm going to tell you right now, it took me, I think I drove for like 30, it was like about 32, 34 hours that I was on the road to do those 1,500 miles.
Right,
So,
but that's in teams, though, too, and that's running 75 mile an hour, and that's a 24-hour shift. So, really.
And there's very few places you can even maintain that consistency nowadays with all the traffic on the roads. If you're running up and down the East Coast or across East and West on I-10 or even up in 80, 90 or up and down I-5, 15, all that stuff on the West Coast, you can't do that. You're not going to be able to maintain that.
Well, especially
too much traffic.
Well, think about it this way: if you're a 95er and you're going up, you literally within, like, what is it? I think it's within 300 miles, you run into D.C., Baltimore, Philly, and New York, or at least the Jersey Turnpike, which all of that up through there it's a nightmare. You know.
On my way back from not only just North Carolina, but on my way back from down to North Carolina from Jersey, I ran into probably 4 or 5 different backups on 95 and 85, or it was 85 or 84, whatever that is. And
depends on which way you went after you left Richmond.
I didn't switch over to. I know where did I get on 77 at? Somewhere I got on 77 somehow.
That would have been probably 85 because I think 77 dead ends into 95. But you're going to have to go back up.
Oh, it was 77 when I was on my way home because after they sent me over my statement and I seen the bullshit that they were paying me. I deadheaded and bobtailed all the way to hell home. At 500 something miles, I didn't care.
Right.
I'll eat that fuel.
Right.
So there was some car that hit and I don't know how. You know, then when they're moving them mobile homes, they got pilot cars. and some car smashed right into the side of this mobile home, and they had the whole side. I had put it in somebody's live. I think I was on I-26. I told them that going west on I-26 or whatever, it was shut down because they held the whole road shut down. I don't remember whose live I was on. I was letting drivers know about it that were in North Carolina.
Right.
South Carolina. So I was like, yeah, that's why I don't understand when these drivers sit there and they say, oh yeah, I can do this many miles. You ain't doing that on the East Coast, I can tell you that. You might do
these
that
guys
out somewhere, but it's the East Coast hard to do something like that because the traffic's horrible.
Yeah.
It's hard to do that out west, though.
I haven't been out west in a while, so it's been about 2 years since I've gone out west. For me.
I don't drive California no more.
I definitely going out there.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. Even if you now, if you were to run up and down like 35, it might be a little easier. But even if you're going to run up to you got Houston, and then you got Dallas on there, you got Kansas City on there, and you're talking, it doesn't matter what time. If you're going to try to do 24 hours, you're literally hitting both morning and evening traffic. And so, bing, bang, boom. Even if you were to run that, you get out and you want to start running the other ones where you're running in the mountains and stuff like that, going up and down mountains loaded, unless you're running like some 900, horse engine that's, but to do that, you're burning through fuel. I mean, it just doesn't matter, And if you're going to want to try to run 100 mile an hour, you're definitely not going to be wanting to run 355 rear end gears, because you're going to be screaming a scalded dog is what you're going to be doing with that engine, I mean, I'm running, if I were to go 90 in my truck and I've got 323s, I'm pushing 1800 RPMs to run 90. So, if you're going to run 274 gears or something lower than that, and most of the boys and girls that are running that want to try to do that are going to be running those older school trucks, and Rocky and I have both talked about it. You're not going to get these older trucks don't have the downsped engines and stuff and the gearing and stuff and the transmissions like the new trucks do to get that high fuel mileage, so, because you're not going to you could probably do it, I guess, if you were to go through and be extremely meticulous in specking out the transmission to rebuild it. But, I mean, even if you were to run a 13 speed and try to bring it, I don't even know if you could do that. Rocky, what do you think?
Why do they even want to go that fast? If you're 80,000 pounds and you lose a steer tire running that damn fast, you're done. You are done.
I know that. I know.
Why do you want to do it? Why? Does that make sense? And the other thing to me, with the guys that want to run paper and that want to cheat and that are resetting knee logs to gain more time, all you're doing is adding more capacity to the market and reducing the rates. If you cheat to run one more load a week, you're adding capacity to the market. More trucks available that week, and it makes the rates stay down. If you would run legal, you would get rates up also.
Yeah. Well, and this is why we say that with the whole ELD, versus paper choice that we have in that comment period right now with the FMCSA. All that really amounts to is this. And if you look at this from a cost aspect of carriers, okay, and I understand ELD cost is not one of those larger costs that we have as carriers, because I think I spend somewhere between the cost for my tablet and the cost for the ELD software that I have with RoadReady, I'm somewhere between $50, $60 a month, which in the big scheme of things as a carrier, that's not that much as far as when you're talking about, your fuel cost and some of the maintenance costs for like tires and stuff like that. So, and we all know these roads are just absolutely horrendous on our tires. You know,
Yes.
it doesn't matter if you buy the top of the line Michelins or you're buying the Chinese tires. I've seen them both chunk out when you hit some of these roads, and that's one of those personal preference choices, I believe, when it comes to tires. I understand the rolling resistance side of it, you know, and you want to look at that to try to look at cost savings, but at the same time, do you want to go through and do you want to spend the high dollar money, or do you want to try to maybe stay middle of the road and lose a little, maybe gain a little with that? But back to the LD, if you bring in the paper side of it, and paper only costs $6 a month, that's all it costs, $6 a month. Is that going to help drive that cost down, which might help the carriers out to where that cost isn't as much? I mean, I do know that here at FOPT, T-Mobile, good night, Tiff. It's good to see you again, hon. We'll talk this week because I'm leaving out tomorrow, so I'll try to give you a call. So have a good night, though. Thanks for coming in. I will say this. Driving that cost down I think it'll help. I do. But one thing I was going to talk about, though, was that the T-Mobile discount program that we got, where T-Mobile reached out to us, they actually are offering a deal for ELDs, or to run ELD, you know, in the discount program. And the thing of it is, it don't cost nothing we don't make nothing of it, and it don't cost nobody to join the FOPT. You just become a member, and it's right there in the group. You just call up Jacinta, and she'll work it out. They offer dash cams. They offer deals on the ELD. They offer deals for business internet. So if you want to put internet in your truck, like have Wi-Fi in your truck at all times, you can use that. So, you know, I mean, it does help. It's a little bit. I want to say when I look, if I remember it, I think it's only like, what, $20 or something like that? I'll have to pull it up again here. I can't even remember what she gave us on that for everybody to use on the cost. What's up, Cisco?
Hey, how's it going?
You and Sam will hate me for saying this, but 10,000 miles a month at $60 a month for an ELD, I'm just doing this in my head out here, is 0.006 cents per mile.
And I understand that.
Is your cost.
I understand that. Okay. I get it.
And if they can't afford that, they need to park that fucking truck and they need to go drive for a company.
You know, it's one of those things. But I also look at it like this. Any kind of savings for some people is a good thing. So I just, you know, everybody's looking at stuff.
You know how we can save them more, though? And I'm not the...
Oh, I know. I know how to save them more money.
Save them a lot more than that.
Well,
if they would slow their ass down, they would save $10,000-$15,000 a year.
Well, there's a lot of things.
Slow their ass down.
Think about it this way, Rocky. If you go through, and 1, you slow down. 2, make sure you're doing proper maintenance on all of your equipment. And then 3, make sure you're getting a proper alignment done, like we've talked about, Rocky. Make sure that you're not going to the TA, but you're actually getting a proper alignment done. Then, secondly, like you talked about in live there the other day with us, you need to go through the rolling resistance thing that I was just talking about. You know, are you making sure that your tires are doing good there? You know, because that rolling resistance does have an effect. You know,
just inflation alone.
The inflation of the tires, yes,
everywhere.
Yeah,
and almost every truck that I pull up to, and I check just steer tire pressure because that's the one I really care about. They'll be 85, 90 pounds.
I know.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing to yourself, man?
Well, this is proper maintenance, though. Are they actually looking at the tire, and are they paying attention to what those things say? Because I will say this. Yeah, congratulations to Zion down there. Congrats on the CDL there, my friend. When you look at that, the tire manufacturer didn't stick that on the side of the tire just so that there's something there for nobody to pay attention to. I promise you this. They didn't put that on there. What they did was they tried to inform the consumer as the best they could that this is what needs to happen. You know, so, but not everybody does. Not everybody thinks about that. So it's...
No. And also back to the speed on tires. that 75-mile-an-hour speed rating, okay, is only for about depending on manufacturer, 55 to 60% of it during operation. So if you're running 75 all the time, you're exceeding the speed limit on the tires. You should only be running that maximum speed up to 60% of the time. So if you're on a 500-mile trip and you're doing it the whole time, you're exceeding the speed rating of the tires. So, there's so much stuff that people just don't know. And I understand. Hell, I didn't know what I know now years ago. I didn't know that either. Right? I mean, we all learn all the time. And that's the thing about being in, joining some of the groups and getting educated and stuff can help you way more than going and screaming for broker transparency.
All right. Well, here, I just pulled it up. I wanted to talk about what I was asking. So I just pulled up the discount program. It's $12 a month with T-Mobile for vehicle tracking /ELD logs. It's $50 a month for unlimited 5G data, and it's $23 a month for dash cams. So if you want to be able to hook your dash cams and stuff in. So, just to kind of throw that out there. I mean, but, this is just one of the things that, I was, to maybe help somebody save money because I understand there's no guarantee that we're going to get this comment period for this ELD versus pay-per-through. I know there's a lot of people that want to have it, and, there's been a lot of comments put forward, but at the same time, you come over there, I mean, if you're spending $50-$60 a month, maybe you're needing that extra $500, which, like you say, Rocky, I understand. If they're sweating that one, it's just going to take a couple of tires to probably end the week for them.
Yeah.
So, but some people like to pinch pennies like that. I mean, that's not my place to say whether they should or should not be able to. So, but that's one of those things. So, Cisco, what are you doing tonight, bro? You've been kind of quiet.
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah, but you're never just listening. I know your brain's working. It goes like mine.
If you're close by, get on over here in about 8-10 minutes. I'm gonna have these ribeyes and shrimp off the grill.
That sounds great. I'm over here in Texas right now.
You ain't too far away. You can be here in an hour.
If they get rid of the cost of a logbook,
Why
go to
are you putting
$20
the watch away?
Yeah. If I was Uncle Rob.
Right?
To get rid of the ELD, the cost of a logbook. So, well, I mean, that could be true, Wild Child. That could be true.
I saw Dave McCowan on JJ's live today.
Oh, how'd that go for you?
Everybody ganged up on him and he left. That guy can't hang for shit, dude. He's got no position. It's sad.
Wow.
I came in there listening just probably a minute or two before he left, and then he was gone, so I missed all the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just doesn't understand anything about it. It's kind of funny because like he can't like he has like maybe 3 or 4 different talking points, and then once you shred those up like a piece of paper, he just has to bow out, and then he leaves and blocks everybody probably, who knows.
Well, I mean, that's been a common problem for a minute now. So,
Yeah. I saw Moonshine had somebody on there from the what the hell was that thing? The Truckers Last Mile or something like that, or
Trucker Final Mile?
Yeah.
The guy that runs Truckers Final Mile?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was pretty cool.
Well, I think the one guy just passed away, didn't he? I thought I just read that.
I'm not sure. He had a couple of people up there that were advocating for these different things.
I mean, I know that I could have swore I read that.
I
calling
think
out
I
the
saw that
people,
too,
or
but I can't remember who.
Yeah,
A
I
while,
thought
just a little while back, not long ago.
right. Now it's got my brain going.
so the guy who ran Truckers Last Mile did his last mile.
Yeah, yeah, he
Oh
passed
damn,
away. One of the guys, yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It's one of the guys that's involved with it though. So
that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I know they've gotten quite a few people home.
yeah, here it is. Maybe
Is there anybody who's going to replace him on that?
I don't. Dr. John McGilligot, co-founder of St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, is who it was. It was
Okay,
so it was St. Christopher's. Sorry, I misspoke
yeah.
there. I
Okay.
misspoke. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was that guy was the co-founder of the St. Christopher's Fund. So yeah.
Where's all of your other clan at?
I don't know. Matt said something about he got family stuff going on right now. I did see Laura popped in. Sam's here. Bobby's in the background. She's doing her online monitoring and stuff right now. So she's just kind of listening in the background. She's taking care of a bunch of kiddos for the children's hospital right now. So, yep. That's why that's definitely why I got the background up, is because she's actually sitting directly behind me on her thing, so that, we can keep everybody from, nobody gets to see all that stuff. So she's got a bunch of graphs and stuff up, all that fun stuff. So
We're not privy to that
that's called it's called HIPAA. So you kind of got to make sure that nobody else can kind of see that stuff. So yeah. That's why, it's one of those things. That's why, like, even when I come up, I don't really get over there in her business. I monitor my little corner of the office, and she stays in her little corner of the office. So, make sure everybody's stuff's good. We don't need nobody. And to be honest, I couldn't even tell you what any of that stuff means over there anyways if I were to look at it. To me, it just looks like a bunch of lines written on a wall. So,
Right.
But she'll tell you that this little kiddo's here having a seizure, and it looks like this, So, yeah, she showed me all that when she was going to school. There's pictures somewhere of me on my Facebook, because when she was going to school for it, I had to go in there and be her victim, if you will, and she had to put all the electrodes on my head and everything and be able to read my brain waves and stuff. So, make sure they were all in the right location and stuff. So, yep.
Did it put out any signal?
None whatsoever. I am. Yes. Yeah. No. There's not a lot going on in here between the ears. So.
He's still a victim, man.
Right.
Well, I will tell you, she smacks me over the head almost every time I come home with a frying pan. So, it's it wouldn't be
What
surprised.
does your hat say?
FAFO.
Oh, FAFO. Oh.
Yeah. Yep. New hat.
That's cool.
Yeah, she got it for me. It's got.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. So, new hat. My others was getting a little bit on the worn side. Night, bud. Yep, it was getting a little on the worn side. So, time for a new one. And I try to just wear black because, something happens with the truck, I'm not going to wait for road repair if I don't have to. So, I'll crawl up under, in, around. It don't matter. We're working on it. And if you put any other color on there, the grease in the road there just destroys one. So, it's just a whole bunch easier to wear a black hat if I'm going to wear one.
That's true.
Yep. Yep. I see JJ's in here.
One of my drivers just fucking messaged me right now. He had a tire blowout on the trailer. Looks like I'm going out of business.
Uh-oh.
You're putting 2 on unless you get a match and used them.
Yeah.
Like I got like 2 brand new ones at the yard. I just told them, dude, get a fucking, I don't know, just get something used. $120, throw it on there. Let's get it home.
Bro, I did the exact same thing. It's one of those things. So, yep.
Oh,
Yep.
is he loaded?
Not even. Yeah, he's loaded.
I was gonna say, just peel it off of the wheel and bring it on in.
Yeah, but he's got to cross the Arizona scale, and their dicks over there.
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't no good. That ain't no good at all.
Yeah.
If he's under enough weight, he can single it out. But if he's got a full box there, he's got to.
No, yeah, he's about 79 and some change.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't try to go over the scale with a single. Nope. Not with that. Nope. You're guaranteed a level 1 on that kind of a nonsense.
If it was on the passenger side, maybe you could get away with it because it is an inner tire. But on the driver's side, I don't know if you've ever been through the Arizona scale on I-10, but they the where you talk to the person sits right there at the window when you get up to the scale. Obviously it's on the driver's side, right? So they'll look right at it. I had a dipshit driver go through that scale with a blown outside tire, and then he wonders why he got DOT'd. I don't know why he got DOT'd, man. It's just a blown tire. I'm like, dude, you're a retard, man. Oh my god, dude, that guy was a fucking retard, dude. I was so glad to get rid of him. Dude, that guy he was in Las Cruces, New Mexico. He called me up, dude. He's like, hey, man, I just took out a communications wire. His GPS went out, and he pulls the truck into a pawn shop, and when he's trying to get out of there, he takes out the fucking building's whole internet and electricity and the whole fucking thing with the trailer. Just knocks the whole thing down.
Shit.
$35,000 worth of damage.
Oh boy, we just got violated. We just got hit with a warning.
For what?
Because we just got shut down for 10 minutes because of Cisco's little comment that started with an R, the Rees,
Oh. Nah, are you serious?
Yep.
What are they making you do?
Apparently, we need to be good boys and girls for the next 10 minutes.
I wonder if all of us just start chanting that. What do you think would happen?
That's going to probably be the end of the live for this evening. So.
I wonder, because I see a lot of lives where they say step out and come back. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
That's
going to step out and come back.
F1. F1.
Yeah.
F1.
Yeah.
F1.
What is?
Oh, apparently, if we do F1, we can save it. Is that how that works, Sean? Sean, you learn me all the time, buddy. Come up here and tell me, what are we talking about with F1, bro? Yeah, that's a new one for me. I've never heard of the F1.
So it'll help in the algorithm to actually bury it. So if more people like it and put comments in there, it usually can save it from that warning.
Oh,
I got you. Okay. All right.
It's crazy. You can't like it either. You can't like the live, huh? It won't
Yeah,
let you like it.
Yeah, I can like it right now. It's letting.
Oh,
us
you
do
can't.
It,
I
so.
can't. It won't let me.
Yeah, you just liked it, Cisco.
Yeah.
No, it showed. I thought I seen where it showed where you liked it.
Yeah, it'll
there
save
it
it
is.
from the algorithm will take it and let it ride. It'll give you the warning, but it won't kick you out.
I got you. Okay. Well, that's the third thing I've learned now today, just in this life. So we're doing good today.
So, more you learn, more you know, right?
Hey, man, I'm all about it. I'm all about learning. I really am, dude. I really am. Apparently I learned that if you have an Apple phone, you can FaceTime someone with an Android phone. You just have to send them a link, I guess. So
Yeah, through text message.
Yeah. Well, apparently JJ knows this too. I had no clue until about an hour ago.
The only reason I know is because I have a 23-year-old niece. And she's just like, get with the times, dude. And I was like, I am with the times. And she called me the Ree too. So whatever. But I couldn't cancel her, you know.
Good.
Oh wow, that's something else. Oh wow, wow, yeah,
that's funny.
yeah. Got a 23-year-old niece. That's how I made this work.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm really good when it comes to like technology implementation of trucking. When it comes outside of it, I'm worthless.
Right, right.
Well, I'm the one that taught him about the iPhone.
Yep. That would be Tiff. That would be Tiff. She learned me on that one. That's for sure. Yep. That and I learned how to use that Tickfinity thing that Sarah put me on. So that's working out. So, I mean, I don't know. Sometime by the end of the next 5 years, I might be somewhat technologically literate. It might happen. I'm just going to say that. So I'm excited.
Don't try talking to these younger generations. They got like all these words like mid and all this other stuff now these days. My son, he's like, Dad, you're way too old to even know what that means. I'm like, I don't even know what it means. I'm just saying it, you know. I saw it on TikTok today. Yeah. He's like, do you know what it means? I was like, no.
So your kids call you bro?
Yeah,
Like,
bro.
what
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
That's right. All the time, bro. I don't want to do that. I'm like, it's dad to you, bud? And that's what the capital
I'm mom.
D, you know.
I ain't your
You know,
damn bro.
hashtag.
But knock you
Here,
down the
you know what's
five.
funny, Sean, is like you said that they can't call you bro, but you can call him bud. Almost the same thing. Like, dude, talk about a double negative in like hypocrisy, bro.
That's right.
Don't call me bro. Bud.
Oh, yeah, but I think that's one of those earned things by being a parent, I would say. You know, I would say that's an earned privilege, I would say.
I'm straight up Mexican, man. The belt's coming. Dude. I'm straight up from the Mexican town, bro. Like, the belt and sandals.
You're right until they call you a dumpster fire. My son come home, he's like, "You're a dumpster fire." I'm like, "What the
shit.
hell is that?"
Yeah.
I was like, I can Google and see what it is.
My kid tells me
Damn
no cap, and I
slang
wanted
we
to punch
use.
him in the face.
It's all slang.
That's what I was like. I was like, a dumpster fire. I mean, like, why don't you just call me names that we used to call everybody, but gets rid of the
my daughters walk around saying 6'7", 6'7".
Oh.
I'm gonna 6'7" your ass.
She's
I
two
never
and a
did figure
half.
out that.
Yeah, I chased the nephew out of the house. I think that was at what was that, Thanksgiving? I think is when it was, because he was running around and he's doing that 6'7", 6'7". I'm like, bro, okay, I get it. You think you're cool, but I am done listening to it. You say that one more time, I'm dunking you in the pool. And he's like, but it's cold out, Uncle Mike. And I'm like, I don't care. You know, next thing you know, yeah, he 6'7". Yeah, we went round the dining room table, out the house, around the house. You know, for an 11-year-old, he's quick. I'm just going to say that. For an 11-year-old, he's quick. He really is quick. So he does. He's going to do well as a running back. I will promise you that. So, and he can juke and jive. Like, I mean, he's actually pretty good. So.
Every time my kids say it, I
people are
just
quick.
go, "You talking about a Power Stroker or a Cummins?" And they look at me like, "What are you talking about?"
6'7".
Power Stroker Cummins.
No cap.
This is true.
Tell my kid too.
This is true. This is true. This is true. Yeah, I didn't even think about the old Power Stroker or Cummins on the 6'7" side. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Shit, I'm too fat and old anymore to even keep up with my 5-year-old grandson.
Oh, I almost had the nephew twice, and that's how I know he can juke and jive pretty good. He literally, I was like, I don't know, fingertips away from getting a hold of him, and he just, I mean, like literally put that foot down and made that left, and it was like, yeah, my old knees are not doing that.
Yeah.
We do that, I'm going to the hospital with an ACL blowout most likely. So like, you just saved your bacon, little one.
We get out here. He's been playing soccer since he could run, and he was in some soccer things at the daycare and all that stuff, and he just loves playing it. We get out here in the damn backyard. He's all over the place, and here I'm watching for all the holes so I don't break an ankle. He's just all over, juking all over the place. Can't keep up with him.
Well, that's I think that's that whole part of getting older. We don't stretch out like they do. We don't work out like they do. We don't have the energy levels a lot of times like they do. So yeah, it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
What did you think of your live, JJ? Did you like it?
Me?
Yeah.
My lives are always good.
Yeah, I got a 14-year-old and he's very athletic and he goes, Dad, come running. Yeah, no, I'm good.
I need to,
Dave
but I
didn't
don't.
hang out very long, did he?
What's that?
I said Dave didn't hang out very long, did he?
I mean, like, I like Dave. Like, I don't have problems with people in the industry as long as you come factual. I just like to make sure that people.
So
like,
you're saying you don't like him then?
No. Like, he's like, I
I'm
understand
just
his
saying.
intention. Like, here's the thing, man. He's driving, and things have changed since he started, right? And they've changed for the worst.
In a couple of years?
No,
2 years?
he's drove a lot longer than that.
No,
Well, he was in the oil
your
field. He
driver,
was
brother.
driving in the dirt. He wasn't on the highway.
Yeah, driving's
Yeah.
driving. I mean, like to me, like
You said
had
it
your
yourself, though, man. You put yourself out there, you're gonna.
Yeah,
you're gonna
that
get
the
crucified,
thing
man.
is like social media can be your friend and your worst enemy. There's clips of me doing or saying stuff and people take it out of context, and either you're okay with it or you're not. You just got to stay strong to your core, who you are. Cisco, you and I have had a lot of conversations. Like, people come after you no matter what, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm a consultant, right? They're like, what do you know? I actually know a lot because like I'm in so many different businesses, and I get to see a lot of different things. Now, if I step in a truck, you guys are all gonna outshadow me every day, and I know that. But when it comes to like an operational aspect, right? I mean, I just understand it. I ran a big company before, and so like we all have our own advantages, and I like I support the trucker, but I also support like the actual industry being better, and like I understand why everybody's needed, right? There's operational roles for everybody in this industry, and like it's like you're telling people
I
how to
agree.
perform. You can't tell people how to perform and yet not be expected to be told how to perform yourself. And so there's those boundaries, right? And it's like, how do you navigate those boundaries where you could actually make an impact by winning people over with your thought process and explaining that where then now they start supporting you on your thought process instead of hating you for your thought process. And I think that's where like that they're rubbing people the wrong way. I've had a lot of conversations with them, and I get his point, but I don't think they understand how to get the message across to a lot of people because they're going to get disagreement. And
Right.
I don't think
Well,
that.
I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I think that they also there's an aspect in any conversation of listening, comprehending, and then voicing. And I think they're missing the listening and comprehending part of it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm in a situation that I'm not 100% sure about what's being talked about or even have that experience, then I should shut up and listen, basically. I mean, and that's the part where I just have a really hard time with these people, because I didn't spend 25 years of my life trying to learn something so that somebody with a 2-year driving career can just go and just try to change or try to even advocate for something that they just have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, and it falls apart at every single turn. I mean, there's no substance there. I mean, if you want to sit there and advocate to be a company driver, go for it, man. I mean, you want to do better for company drivers all day long, yeah, knock yourself out, you know what I'm saying? Go with it. But when you start hitting brokers, you start hitting customers, you start even hitting mega carriers, I mean, what do you even know about running a trucking company when you've never even owned a single truck, And I think that that's where people need to be called out on their shit, you know what I mean? I mean, because let's face it, JJ, if you didn't know the shit that you know, I mean, you would be being called out as well. I mean, you would be in that kind of a in that position. I would be in that position. I mean,
I mean,
that's
people
just
try.
my part of it.
People try to come after me, but like I'm so.
Well, of course they
over-
do, but you can stop them from doing that. You see,
Oh,
they
yeah.
tried to do that to me too,
Well-
and I'll go, wait a minute, time out.
There's a legitimacy side to that, though.
100%.
If you're going to be advocating for something, you need to be advocating for something that's going to be legitimate. The problem with where they're at with that is that it will never pass.
It won't work.
Any kind of nothing about it is constitutional, and I know this because before this even became that part of the argument, when I was trying to help Dave, and then I had stepped away, and literally Audrey was going to come on to Chris's live and argue against it for the constitutional side of it. I went and I researched for like 7-8 days. Because I thought, oh no, I'm going to help Dave here. I know we ain't exactly agreeing on stuff right now, but he is still, somebody that, I consider a brother and a friend. And I'm going to try to, and over the 7-8 days of research that I did, I couldn't find a single way for it to hold water. There's so many holes. And so
There's a reason for it.
Well, I get that.
For it.
Yeah, I get that.
They're trying to say here's the reason why it's broken. They're trying to say before deregulation happened. So like at that point, you have to look at what deregulation is, and everything that you're arguing has to be on that deregulation. And none of it is. It's just like this is what we have. This is what we do. And here's the thing. I'm going to support him because I think he's trying to coming at it for the pureness of heart, right? And he wants to make truckers more money, which I don't disagree. The thing is, there's a right way and wrong way to do it, and you're going to piss a lot of people off, and I think they already have, because kind of like what you said is just like you researched it for eight days, and then you're just like, what is this shit, right? And that's what a lot of people do is just like, and I'm really big. If I don't know about something, I might say my piece, but I'm going to say fact check me on it.
Right.
And I always say that on my lives even. I'm like, hey, since somebody fact check me. But this is what I know. And that's not what's being said. And so there's a lot of things that, in my opinion, people need to learn on how to actually debate and even communicate to the opposition that you want to listen, because you could even push away the people that want to listen to you because you're not legitimate. Like you said, you looked at it 8 days, right? And then he wouldn't listen to you, and it's just like, dude, I'm trying to help you, but you're not listening.
I know. Right. I can tell you this. I went through and I kept trying to tell it. I mean, he kicked me out of his group because I just kept saying, if you guys just know your operating costs and you don't take freight that doesn't meet that operating cost, then it's going to help, because with the rejection rate goes up, so do freight rates. I mean, it's proof positive right now. Look at the flatbed market. I mean, it's booming right now, and it's all because of the rejection rate that's up. I'm seeing it happen. I'm seeing it over in the van market right now because of the rejection rates being up. Those are going up. I mean, and I know some people are probably trying to say that, a lot of it has to do with the removal of the English language and that non-domicile nonsense that's going on. But it's like, I go through and I go, I don't think it's just that. That's a part of the equation, but I'm looking at, when you look at the rejection rates that are out there from the data, it shows differently. So
let me kind of, that's a good talking point. This non-domicile is 5% of the industry, but the stats don't match that, right? So like when people are saying, oh, it's because of this, it's not because of that. And I'm tired of people saying, oh, I'm tired of seeing American companies go out of business. I'm tired of seeing American companies do stupid business.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And by that I mean, hold on. And by that I mean, by stupid I mean, everybody could tell a shipper no, and that's what you said earlier, right? Know what your operating cost is. tell the shipper to fuck off. Tell the shipper to fuck off. Honestly, like, and with no bad intentions, they're all making money. Walmart makes them a lot of money. They're billion trillion dollar companies, and we're telling and we let them dictate the price. We let them dictate the pay terms. We let them dictate the contract, and that's because we are bad. We are bad negotiators as business people. The American public in trucking is bad at business when it comes to the trucking aspect of the business, because they've literally said, "Oh, I can't lose this customer." No, everybody tell them no. You don't. No, you know what? I want 120. Anheuser-Busch. I want 120 per day pay terms. No, you're going to pay me in 15 days, and you're going to carry my capital cost for those 15 days. Because the longer that I wait, I'll wait for longer, but I'm gonna increase you by 30 cents, because the longer that I wait for my money, the more risk that I have of non-payment.
Right. But this is part of the negotiation side.
You're 100% correct. But everybody has business. It is, and I'm tired of people saying, "Oh, this and this." They could have said no. They could. They all could have said no.
Let me ask you a question. So this is my theory. These guys go. I hear like even W. Bob or whatever. He's like, there's trucking companies going out of business by the thousands, and they're these multi 1,000 truck companies, and I'm going like, so you think that they don't make mistakes, that they don't watch their bottom line, that they're investing in stuff that maybe they shouldn't, and it came back and bit them in the ass? I mean, if you really took and went through their books, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to point out a ton of shit that they did wrong, and that's what put them out of business. Not the fact that there's non-domiciled drivers or these nuclear verdicts and all this other stuff. I mean, what I'm saying? I mean, that's a portion, but
let me share something. My buddy owns a big merger acquisition company, and I help him because I look at the cost of the business, right? And I look at the cost of the business for a lot of the trucking companies on these merger and acquisitions when I was helping them. And his name's David Burford. You could look him up. He earns Fireclase, and he works on big merger acquisitions. I mean, some big ones. And immediately I get the numbers and I look at it and I'm just like, number one, why are we paying the CEO $7 million a year? Why are we paying the CFO $5 million a year?
Right.
Why are we paying the controller $800,000 a year? Right. And when the company's not making that money. And then I see that they're utilizing all their collateral to get loans, right? And then they amortize everything. And I'm just like, hey, you can't. Your shit's not worth anything. Your shit's literally not worth anything until it's fucking paid off. And that's the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have, hold on. If you have debt, on your equipment, don't think that's equity and revenue, because you don't know how long those trailers are going to be worth that much money. And there's a very volatile market that we live in, and especially in trucking. But I see that they didn't implement any technology. I'm just like, why do you have 50 people here when you could have had 20 people here, increase their pay, and give them better technology to do their job? And you start looking at all these little super simple tactics, and it all comes down to not changing your business and actually understanding where to minimize the cost of your businesses, and adapting to the technology like AI. You have to adapt to AI. I had to learn, kind of like we were talking about it. We had to learn that there's text messages that you can receive to do FaceTime on, right? We got to learn this shit.
Yeah.
As business entrepreneurs, it is our responsibility to learn this. And there's a lot of people, just because you work for a big company doesn't mean that you make great decisions all the time. And honestly, people like me, there's a lot of trucking companies that have went out of business because I've told them to tweak stuff or change the way that they're running, and they haven't. And then they come crying because they're going out of business because they didn't change their model or they weren't doing things right. And it's just like, dude, and you know what sucks is that they're like, well, weren't you helping them? Yeah, I was helping them, but I can't. I'm just a doctor. I can't tell you how to eat and make sure that you eat every day. I could tell you the recipe.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it's your choice to put good nutrients into your body. But and don't get me wrong here, guys. When I say the American trucker, I'm an American, and I love America. And my dad's an immigrant that became an American citizen, and he loves America. He told my cousins to go back to Mexico because they love Mexico so much. He's like, go back. And and he's just like, I'm American first, and I deserve everything.
We should all be
And
working together as small business owners, not trying to.
Have you seen the numbers? So, like back in the sickness days, they were giving all these loans out to truck drivers and everybody else across the board. And I've noticed, so I've had several buddy of mine, they're like, hey, I'm going straight there, I'm getting that loan. I'm like, bud, you already have a loan on your semi-truck, on your trailer, on your house, on everything. Now you're going to get this other loan that the government's giving to you. How are you going to pay that back? And yeah, I would say out of the 5 people that I know, 4 of them are already out of business because they took that money. Now they got to pay that loan back, and you can't do it. Like your numbers, and you couldn't go off of the sickness days compared to the prices now. And for far as freight goes, every year, ever since I've ever drove, these are the times that freight always spikes up. Now they're going to start getting all the tractors in here for spring. The farmers are going to start moving. If you ever looked at the industry in the last 20 years, in February, March, April, that has always been the booming. Then it kind of slows down in May and June. Then you kind of get that September run. And then you go for Christmas and everything else. So, like, to me, everybody's saying, hey, it's
There's
going
trends.
up. Well, it's normal.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like a stock market.
I remember that trucking company, Arrow. Remember Arrow, the flatbed company?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when they went out of business, it was funny because I was reading, I think it was a FreightWaves or maybe Overdrive. I don't know. I was reading one of the online, and, at the bottom, they put the comments, right? And like 6 or 7 different drivers that drove from, if the sons weren't putting all that money into those funny cars that they were buying, and they had like a whole hot rod like collection of cars that they were dumping tons and tons of money into, you know what I'm saying? And like even the drivers themselves were like even picking up on it, going to the yard and seeing all these $200,000 cars and trailers and these, you know what I'm saying, these toy haulers and shit that they're so you can kind of just start picking up on like these different little things that people do with their money, instead of taking, and sometimes it unfortunately does come down to the second generation, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they,
well, that's that irresponsible spending that we all talk about when we talk about, just because you made 10 grand this week doesn't mean that you're going to make 10 grand next week, because the freight market it's a roller coaster sometimes, and fuel and stuff like that goes at it. You can't just go out and buy a brand new Harley just because you got 10 grand that week.
It's phantom money, man. That's the oil.
You're living off of borrowed time is what you're doing.
Yes.
My motto is like, if I'm going to spend something, say I'm going to spend a $20,000 purchase, I better have $60,000 in my bank account to make a $20,000 purchase.
Yeah, my dad always said, make sure you have 6 months of like savings for your house after you purchase it, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. And here's the other thing a lot of these people they're not doing. They're not buying smart investments. Like, we went out and bought, 10 flatbed trailers. Well, now we get into a pickle. Right now, flatbeds, you could sell them for like 3 times the amount of which they were worth. So I was picking up trailers for, $10,000, $11,000. Well, heck, now I can sell that same trailer for $30,000. So now I got a return on my money. But a lot of these, they'll go buy something like a Harley or a jet ski or something that you can't really even sell anymore, And my thing is I was always told that if you're going to spend money, always and spend it through the business, that way it's not your personal asset, so you can always keep it afloat. And I try to teach it and aka preach it, but they don't really got the mindset until they see $50,000 in their bank account, and they're like, dude, guess what? Check out my new ride. And it's like, bud, why'd you even do that? And then next week they blow a tire and they're like, hey, can I borrow some money, or I'm gonna have to sell this or pawn this off to get a tire? And I'm like, you can't afford a $750 tire? Well, no, I can't.
Do you know how many carriers I send them fuel advances so they can buy tires, or because their truck broke down?
I don't even want to know, because it's probably sickening.
So crazy.
Well, we all need
it's nuts. Really? Like, you don't have like $380 to put a tire on your truck?
That's right.
You know what? in 2021, before like this COVID boom, you remember like a drive-in trailer with a brand new one was 28,000,
Yeah.
right? I told everybody, and this is no shit. Everybody's like, we gotta go buy trailers, we gotta go buy trucks. I said, just run what you have and be really effective with it. And I said, and become a millionaire with your 30 trucks. Become a millionaire, and you don't have the overhead costs, because as many millionaires that I saw, I'm not joking, I saw 25-year-olds get into this business and booming. Like I saw I worked for a big factoring company, guys, so I ran one. So I saw a lot of the money coming in, right? I saw 20 truck companies, because the rates were so high that they were doing $1.5 million of factoring volume, when like in reality they should only be doing about 400,000, right? And the other stuff was like, that was money that was in their pocket, and literally they made so much money. But then they all thought, let me go buy all these $60,000-$70,000 trailers, right? And then they financed them over 5 to 7 years, and then 2 years later, boom, the fucking market flips, and here we go.
Top heavy.
Yeah, now they're top heavy, and I've never seen more millionaires in trucking be created, and I've never seen more bankruptcies at the same more bankruptcies than the millionaires.
And I'm proof of that, JJ. I'm proof of that. I went out and bought 2 brand new trucks in 24, thinking 25 was going to be the flip. And dude, I'm stuck driving one of those fuckers now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I can't afford it. I mean, I could afford it, but I mean, it's just going to put such a drag on my business. You know what I'm saying? It's just killing cash flow, because I mean, the rates just weren't there. Now I'm looking at getting a driver in the fucking truck. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I took a gamble and I lost, but that was just with 2 vehicles. You know what I'm saying? I mean, best investment I've ever done. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll always buy brand new from now on. I mean, that's just, just right now, I just had a transmission. I'm stuck here in Texas. Transmission went out on the truck. It's a freaking, it's a $13,000 job covered under warranty. 300,000 miles the truck has on it. Under warranty, boom. Get it done, cleaned up, boom. No cost. They even cover the towing on it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like that would put normal people out of business. I mean, there was a guy there that I was talking to, and he was like, hey, man, do you need a driver by chance? You know, and I'm like, what's up? He's like, dude, my truck, I just can't afford to fix it. His transmission went out, too.
Watch out.
And he couldn't fix it, man. He's asking me for a fucking job, I'm like, wow, well, maybe right place, right time. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm just saying, like, these are the kind of things that, like, I'm looking at. But yeah, did it affect me last year doing that in the market not flipping like I thought it was? I mean, I gambled, and sometimes in business we gamble. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do gamble. Think something's gonna happen in the future that doesn't. But like JJ says, I mean, it's like, if you're not planning for that and that shit hits you blindside, that's when it knocks you off your feet.
It's crazy. And then, like, and I don't know why people, and here I'm gonna knock some people. So if I get some hate for it, I don't care. All these big associations that everybody puts their trust in, they don't give a fuck about you.
No,
they don't. And so, like, if they're like, oh yeah, this group of white over here, ATA over here, or this company. You don't have enough fucking money for them to even stop and talk to you to take you to lunch. You don't. You know who does? I'm actually going to TCA tomorrow, and I'm going to go sit with the trucking companies that can afford to pay, that are all chummy buddies, but these guys pay them tons of money. And people got to stop believing the fucking lie, man. The lie is nobody cares about your business more than you do, and nobody is going to save your business except you. That is the fucking truth. The truth is, nobody cares about your business because nobody feeds your family. I guarantee everybody here, they want to feed their family, and they do everything they can to feed their family. You ain't seen ATA or OIDA or all these other associations, the CTCA, the TIA, all up in your inbox and saying, hey, how can I get you money, right? Not once. They're always asking for money. They're always asking for money. And yet, and you look at them and you're like, how is this guy driving a brand new Mercedes or BMW over here, and I'm busting my ass, and he's getting money from everywhere, and we're over here still broke. And I'm not broke by any means, but I try to get that picture in people's minds, and it's like, stop believing what people are pushing. It is their agenda, and they're not fighting for you. They're fighting for a bigger agenda that puts money in their pockets, and they're trying to get more of it. That's it. And I say, you guys got to group up together. And it's just like, I just don't know how to do it. And it's very frustrating because I want to show people how to actually operate. And let's all bear a simple fact. Not everybody's going to do great in business. Not everybody's going to do great in business.
Preach, my friend, preach. Because I've said that for a minute. Not everybody gets to play the game.
No, you're absolutely right. But this is the part. I mean, and this is where I think that like where you get the, the Dave type, those groups, where you're like, why? And I keep asking them, I'm like, why are you trying to save everybody? Like, why is it so important for you to save everybody? You know what I'm saying? And the Vince thing, he would get all pissed off at me, like, wait, you don't care about truckers? It has nothing to do with me caring about truckers. It's just that there's people in business that should not be in business. And they ruin it for the rest of us. I mean, like I say, and I'll say it again, you put two business people in a room over a contract, they'll probably walk away happy, both of them. You put one business person in there with somebody who doesn't understand business, then you get what you call being taken advantage of. That's it. I mean, and that's what's happening. The majority of these people are just getting taken advantage of. And you said it earlier, JJ. I mean, there's these people out there that are trying to negotiate who don't even understand the basics of negotiation. They don't even understand their own business costs to even come up with a true number. Maybe some guy told them, hey, if you make $2,000, you should be making money. I hate that. Like, you should be making money? What does that mean?
Well, see, that's the thing, though. You can't just put something vague out there like that. You can't say that just because you're making X that you should be successful. And that's where I can say that, we're a little different over here on the FOPT side. We want to try to save everybody, but we want to save everybody by educating them so they can go make smart business decisions.
That's it.
We want to give them the information. Here it is. That's why I'm writing the articles I write, putting out the spreadsheets I put out. Here's the information. This is the stuff that I know, or this is I'm learning, or I just learned, and so I'm going to, here, take it. It's free. Go and run with this. Go be successful with this, because we're seeing everybody over here doing it like this or have done it like this. You need to take that same plan and go put it in place. And if you're struggling to do that, there are some of us out here, JJ, you're one of them, that we will help you try to put these things in place. Now, this also goes with what Cisco's saying, though. You can't save everybody. My father taught me a saying years and years ago. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
The best example that I could tell you. My dad always says it. This is a true story, and it's a true example. How many poor people have won the lottery and become poor?
Almost everyone. I think almost every one of them. I don't think there's been any successful ones out there. Have there?
100. This is crazy.
Well, you know why, don't you? You know why? It's they don't know how to manage their money. They were poor before because they didn't know how to manage their money. Just because you give them $15 million, they're still going to go blow it at the casino on a house that they can't afford the taxes on after they blow the money, and take 19 vacations with their entire freaking extended family. And now
that's what we have in trucking.
Yeah,
that's what we have in trucking.
Yeah,
that's the example that I could give everybody, is saying you could give, and everybody's like, oh, you could have gave everybody $1 million, or Elon could give everybody $1 million with as much money as he has. You still be broke. You still be broke, right. And you still be complaining, and you still be finger pointing instead of figuring out how to utilize that money, which some will. Okay, very small population, and the people, and this goes to trucking. The ones that have survived have tweaked, they've learned, they've tweaked, they've made the modifications. They actually, instead of running all miles, they started picking the loads right. They're just like, hey, I'm saying no. You're staying strong to it. And you're not making great money, you're making enough just to skate by. And you're skating by, but like you're making just enough to wait until this time. Now it's like fucking run the miles. Now it's like run the miles and run them good, and then save more money, because it's gonna flip again, and everybody thinks it's gonna last forever. I'm gonna tell you, I've been to Thanksgiving dinner every year. The food runs out.
Yeah.
You gotta get it.
Yeah, most definitely.
And you got to get it when it's lasting good, and then save it and hold it for them rainy days because it's gonna happen.
100%.
And as
Well,
far
that's
as
what
giving
people
money
do.
out to, if you gave everybody equal, look at what the sickness days did. They gave a bunch of people money. Every single person across the board took money, and then it was hard to get them to go back to work. We're just now people are starting
That's
to
even a better
actually
example.
really go to work.
That's,
So I mean,
that's a great
Right.
example.
don't
Yeah.
think they ain't played that already and going, hey, if we give these people money, they're going to go spend it. No, they just sat there and said, hey, you know what? We're going to cut our means down. I'm going to be able to play on the PlayStation for this long. You know what I mean? They're going to manage it to where they don't have to work, not manage it to, hey, I'm going to take this money, invest it, and actually go out there and flip it 5 times, you know?
We see it with
you.
professional athletes, right? Professional athletes get paid
Oh,
all this
yeah.
money and then they become broke.
Yep.
Yeah.
They go broke. Yeah.
80% of them become broke.
Yeah,
It's just
th-
like,
Well,
how do
my
you
question
make
to
so much money? How do you make so much money?
My question to you, though, FOPT, if you would, I mean,
Mhm.
why? I mean, and I think we've had this discussion in private, you know, a couple of times, but I mean, I still think you guys should really start. In my opinion, I think you guys would be invaluable to drivers that really want to learn the business if you start doing business, like really get on the side of the business part of it. You know what I'm saying? And
you
I
know,
understand
and this
the
is
other
the
parts of it
this
and
is the
stuff like
thing,
that.
and this is the thing, and I'll just say this: I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, I don't 100% agree with you. And the reason being is this: we want to try to bring the entire industry together because we understand this is an ecosystem. We have to have shippers because without shippers, nobody has freight to haul. You have to have brokers because of, well, Cisco, you and I have talked about it. Small carriers like yourself, this is why you kind of started with a brokerage and then it's expanded upon that, but that's kind of what you want to try to do. But you have to have brokers because there are small carriers like myself. I don't have the wherewithal like a Knight or a CR England or a JB Hunt that has 15,000 trailers that I can go park all across the United States. But I do make the business relationships to where that if I were to get into reefer, well, hold on though. If I were to get into reefer and we'll just say I got a 10 truck fleet and I just happen to get a lane or one of my direct customers they change up a little bit and they come to me and they say, hey, can you
I'm heading out. I wanted to say bye to everybody. Sorry to cut you off.
Have a good night, JJ.
I'm gonna go watch. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch a movie with the wife.
Hey.
If I don't, then I can't ever do these
No,
again. So.
no. We understand. Keep out of the doghouse, sir. Keep out of the doghouse.
All right, great chatting, guys.
Hey, have a good night, bud.
Take care, brother.
But the thing of it is, you know, because I build relationships like with you, Cisco, if I were to be running reefer and say I send a truck out your direction and I could go, hey, bro, so I normally don't service this area. You got something out there that you can, you know, hook me up with? And we're going to come to an agreement between the two of us. You're going to give me a price. I'm going to give you a price. We might go back and forth a couple times. I don't know you know what I mean? And then we're going to make a deal.
You're saying it yourself, though. You're
I said I didn't. I didn't say I disagree with you, sir.
That concept.
The thing of it is we want to bring the entire industry together because you got to have truck drivers. You got to have carriers.
I don't think it's possible.
My father told me that I should never say I can't.
I know,
I know,
and
I can't.
Word. I know,
I can't do it.
Look at and maybe you can in an alternate reality. Let's put it that way, okay? That way you won't get mad at me.
I'm not ever going to get mad at you. I consider you a brother and a friend.
I think
So
it's just so different. Like I think it's just because you're talking about apples and oranges, and no matter how much you want that apple to be an orange, you can paint it. You can put little holes in it. You can even put smell on it. But at the end of the day, underneath it's still an apple. I don't know. That's just me, though.
I think of it this way, though. Maybe this will be a better explanation. I think of it this way also. If I talk about the truck driver side of it, as well as like right now in this live, we're also talking about the business aspects of it. Okay? This is helping. If there are truck drivers that are listening to this as they're going down the road, this is helping those truck drivers learn the broker business carrier side of it. Because we're having conversations with that.
Right.
And I believe by doing that, I can focus on the truck driver and their situations, their problems that they face on a daily basis. At the same time, while we are facing the same problems that you and I face as carriers. You know,
look at. Let me just say this, and I'll shut up about it. this is one thing I'm gonna say. Cupcake, I do both things. Do you realize how hard
You
it
do
is
three.
sometimes for me?
Actually, you do all three, bro. You're a broker, carrier, and a truck driver. You do 3 of the 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, you wear every hat except for making the product, okay? I give you the hats off for that, bro. I really do. You're locking
Let
it
me
down.
tell you, do you know how hard it is for me sometimes when I'm booking a load for my truck and I know that broker's kicking my ass? Like, I know that broker's taking 25% of that load just because of the market where it's at.
I know.
You know,
I
that
deal with it too.
Like 2 months ago,
I just
had
dealt with it.
grand on him.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know, like, I go, shit, man, you know, and it's hard sometimes because I'll get, you know, the girl in my office will call me up and go, hey, I can get this load covered, but they're wanting this much money. And I'm going, shit, well, that's what we have in the load. Well, screw it. Just give it to them. I mean, like, I'm always battled, like, in, you know, with these, with the morality of trucking, if you would, you know, almost that, like, I want to call it that. Maybe that's maybe the wrong word, but I mean, you know, you're caught in between these rock and a hard place all the time because it's so different. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, sometimes I kind of go like, you know, the truck driver goes through one thing, and like I think JJ said it, you know, it's segmented, you know, everybody, nothing is really aligned. The cogs never really come together because it is so different. You know, business owners in any business struggle with their employees. Why? Well, because the employees don't understand what it even takes to make the business run. They think the business has all this money. They can treat the shit like they want to. I mean, like, all these different concepts, you know, that fall into these relationships, but yet you say, I want to bring this together, and I just don't believe that they're able to come together because they're just so different.
Actually, I think we can. And the reason why I think we can is I think, 1, don't ever say I can't. 2, you don't ever give up. If you keep following those 2 things, and the thing of it is this, I'm not, you know, you and I have had this conversation, and it's not that what you say falls upon deaf ears. What it actually does, though, is it pushes me to have conversations with, like, my good friend down there, Sam, when we have these conversations going down the road of what are we going to do to move things around? What can we do to move things around? Or like when we're having these lives right now, as I listen to you guys talk, like JJ and you and Sean and Rocky, or if I'm just in a live just listening, like I'll just sometimes stay on the outside listening to JJ stuff, you know, I'm picking stuff up. And it gives, sometimes it hits something in my brain, and I go, maybe if we take that and we go this direction with it, and then we'll kind of chew it over as a group in there. Because we have company drivers, lease drivers, carriers, and owner operators in our group. And so we have, you know, the only aspect we don't have, and I've tried a little bit with you, is to get that broker aspect in there to maybe kind of have that brain power inside of our group. Because of you have that broker side, you know that broker side so well. You know, now mind you, I do learn quite a bit from our conversations, and, you know, you and I have, and I try to use that knowledge that I gain to try to find a way to bring it all together. Because I truly believe if we can bring this ecosystem together to where that this nonsense, you know, that's going on of, you know, well, we need to do a wage or rate for, I don't really think that's going to help anything. I think that's only going to do is, when I look at the math on that, that's just going to cause inflation in this country to where now everybody's going back to paying $7 for a dozen eggs. That does nothing for us, you know.
I just think if you and I'm gonna piggyback off of that a little bit. And you're right. I mean, and I understand what you're trying to do. I think it's like what I'm learning from JJ. I've learned a lot from JJ just talking with him. That's why I consider him, you know, would be almost like a mentor to me in a lot of ways.
He's a very smart, very knowledgeable man. Yes,
he's very smart. Yeah, in certain things, and I think he can learn certain things from me. We can learn from each other, and this is the thing. What I'm saying, like, to me, those are like those great relationships. I learn from you, you know, about what you do. I mean, we can all find these common these commonalities. You know what I'm saying? But I think when you teach a company, because remember, I mean, and maybe I'm not understanding and I feel like I'm not, and more than I'm trying to disagree with you, I think it's just really a misunderstanding of what the true goal is. When you say bring the industry together, what does that really mean? Like,
Okay,
maybe I don't. Maybe
so
I'm not. Maybe I need
maybe
to
I'm not
start there.
maybe I'm not explaining it good enough, and that could be. I'm not. I'm not going to tell you I'm the king of communicators. My ADHD brain kind of limits me with that sometimes because I'll chase squirrels.
Go
So
ahead.
yeah. So it's literally. I would like to see that the truck drivers that have never been carriers, never been owner operators, whatever. You go through, I truly believe, and this is why I have this in that CDL school curriculum that we've kind of written. And it's just a base, and we haven't really expanded upon it. But I truly believe that the truck drivers that are coming in nowadays, they need to know what goes on inside that carrier. They need to understand what it takes for that carrier every day to operate. They need to understand that the reason why you're not making $1.25 a mile or $1 or $150,000 a year is because, one, we're not even making that. When you look at when you look at some of these carriers' bottom lines, if they're running a 12 to 15% profit margin, they're doing good. And some of them aren't moving a crap ton of freight like everybody thinks they are. But by the time you pay out all of the things that have to be paid out for the maintenances and stuff, you need to have them to understand what a carrier goes through. We need carriers to understand what a truck driver goes through, even though the majority of them have been truck drivers. We need the carriers to also understand what a broker goes through. Okay? So, because, a lot of them, and I've said this before, TQL screwed the pooch. When they pulled that 40% bullshit, you gave everybody in the industry something to sink their teeth into, which absolutely screwed the pooch because now everybody wants to go after the exception and not the rule. Like you said, Cisco, I literally had to eat one out of a broker because I had turned down a load. Some other stuff had happened in the contracts and stuff, and we kind of got moved into another area, and it was right back in that area. Well, when I called my buyer that I normally deal with, the load was already gone. Except for the funny part about it was I picked it up from a broker. And I know what that load was going to pay from that buyer because we had the conversation. And I turned the load down, and then I wound up having to try to get it back, which they'd already sold the load off to the broker, so I've got to do it. The funny part about it is the broker only pulled 10% off the load. I didn't tell the broker because I never really dealt with them before. They're kind of new to the game, but I knew what it was paying. And when I look at it, they made $6.70 off the load. Right. It paid $67. So, I mean, I made $60 off of it or something like that. So, I know where it's at, but carriers need to know what goes on. They need to understand this. And I think if the carriers and the brokers and the truck drivers understand how this ecosystem really works, and that you don't just get to go out there and everybody gets to play the game. You have to get it to where everybody understands what's going on. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why we have issues just in life in general, is because I don't think people themselves are being taught how to be successful just in life. They're not being taught how to live within their means. They're not being taught how to balance their own budget. Because let's be honest, people, if you live your life and were to live your life and run it as you were going to run a successful business, most people wouldn't be trying to go out and have 45% of their earnings, of their wages, go towards a house payment. They would go, this is not smart. But they do it all day, every day it happen. I mean, look what happened in the mid-2000s. We had the bubble burst. And so this is the problem. They don't understand the ecosystem. This is why we're seeing people fail, is because they don't understand.
And this is what I'm saying, when you don't have that education, and this is where there is somebody benefiting from that, though. That's what I'm saying. There is somebody out there benefiting from that person not knowing what the hell they're doing, even in life in general. You know, credit card companies. I mean, you name it. Mortgage companies. I mean, let's look at clothing lines. You know, the Louis Vuittons and the Gucci's and they're like 450% markups on their shirts and shit like that just because they say Gucci. And these kids are trying to buy that shit all day long, and they're people that are benefiting from this, and we give it to them. I mean, we literally just dip in our pocket and go, here you go.
Yeah, and I know that. Well, but see, this is the thing. You know, you look at the spreadsheet that we've given. I know Scott down here, CDL Online Learning. I know he's got an app coming out that's going to help with operating expenses. You know, it's the same thing that you kind of have to do this though in life. But what you talk about there with the people in life there that are going out buying the Gucci's and the Louis Vuittons and stuff, they're the same ones we were just talking about, Sean and you and JJ and myself here. They're the same ones that if they were in business because they made $10,000 that week are going to go out and drop that 10 grand on a brand new Harley instead of doing like we're talking about, and you keep that money in the bank because this isn't a constant. But they live like it is. It's the same reason why we talk about people that win the lottery and they're broke within 2 years. So it's like,
right.
But once again, if you were to give those same folks the education that they need to be successful in life, they might actually understand how the game works. It's all about education. And that's why I think through education and educating everyone, that this will bring the industry together. The ecosystem will actually start to work a little better. You know, the one thing that does need to happen, and I think all of us can agree on this one, is that we need to remove the bad actors. 100%. We've got bad actors as carriers. We got bad actors as truck drivers. We've got bad actors as brokers. You know, we see it every day. You know, and this is what so.
How do we do that though? Because we have bad actors in every business.
Well, I can say this, right? in the trucking side, one of the things that I would say is this is one of those ones where I believe we need to move forward. And you know, we're only a very new group. We're very young in our movement and stuff, and what we're trying to do with our advocacy. But one thing is enforcement side. This is where true enforcement needs to happen. This is where, like I've talked about multiple times, that the FMCSA has almost $1 billion budget and they spend over $500 million in fucking grants. If they would take that $500 million and we'll say cut it back by 80% and put more of that money towards enforcement, and they would actually enforce the rules that are already on the books, you wouldn't have half the problems. But this is where we are going to have to, this is where I will agree with a lot of people, that we do have to come together as an industry out here and force the FMCSA to do it. And I know this can happen because I watched it happen with the gay marriage rights, to where we now have that changed federally. It's coming with the Mary Jane rights, because they're going state by state, because people are coming together and they're saying enough's enough. If you get it's like on The Bug's Life. When Hopper makes the statement that when it's just one ant, it's not a problem. But when a freaking million ants come at them because they outnumber them 5,000 to 1, if they ever wake up and realize that, then guess what happens? Their power goes away. And I believe if we can bring everybody together in this ecosystem that we call a transportation industry, we can stop this bullshit. We can literally go through and say, here it is. We're done with this. We're done with you allowing these companies coming into the United States that have their offices overseas, that are booking freight for pennies on the dollar, that are not paying your bills, that are doing all the chameleon companies, they're running the AI, or not the AI, but they're doing the, ELD systems where they can run the ghosts and stuff like that. You got ghost drivers. You got, I mean, now that Nick Shirley did what he did with the fraud, now you got this other young lady out here who's showing 34 trucking companies out of one office. We have to come together, and this is where the education, and I believe if we can get everybody to come together, that we can go through and say, bring the freaking enforcement that we deserve. This is your job. We want this done. Now, I understand a lot of people disagree, and they say, well, we shouldn't sit here and require the government to save us. At the same time, if you do not have some sort of control out there, it's just going to be everybody's running wild. But I think if we bring the education together, we can probably stop some of that to where we all stand together and say, no, we're just not going to deal with that.
I think Scott wanted to say something.
But there's already technology out there, so you have Google Review, right? If everybody was just to use Google Review, the system's already built. So you're going to expose people. So if you say, hey, you know what?
There's another.
So-and-so's giving me a ghostwriter. Hey, this broker did this to me. Hey, you're going to have some Nick pick, but if you get 100 people that say, hey, you know what? This company's doing that, guess what? We got a problem. If you got 2 or 3, I mean, I literally use Google for everything on Google Review because I'll look at a load and they'll say, hey, you're going to go to this. Well, hang on, let me see. I'll swap over to see if I left a review or not. Or I'll look at everybody's review and I'm like, dude, those guys sat for 10 hours, you know, several times. I'm not taking that load. You know what? We're going right back to that broker to ask, hey, we need more money. Well, what do you need it for? Well, I'm looking at your review here and it shows that your drivers are sitting there for 10 hours. We're going to go ahead and inspect that. We're going to have to sit for 10 hours because there's 20 people saying that they sat for 10 hours. If you want me to take this load, I want an extra, $700-800 to cover that 10 hour. And that's business, but the technology is there. It's just people actually use it.
It's the education, though, Sean, to actually, let them know that technology you're talking about, and 2, this is why you need to use it. Like you talked about, Sean. Here it is. I do the same thing, sir. I do 100% the same thing. Which most of them I don't need to use Google because I already know because I've been doing this for so long. But if there's a new place, I do the same thing you do. I pull it up. What's it look like getting in there? Is it going to be a nightmare to get in there? Is it pain in the butt? Like, is there the reviews? Am I going to sit there for 15 hours? And if I am, once again, we're renegotiating this. This rate ain't going to work, Bubba. But this is where the education side comes in. And this is where, once again, you're talking about it. Bringing everyone together.
Hey, Cupcake. I think Scott wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry, Scott. Man, I'm so sorry. Scott, go ahead. I'm going to shut up.
All right. I'm just listening. Everything you guys are saying is important. And actually, 90% of the stuff you're talking about are things that I've already thought of incorporating into this app we're building, Lane Metrics. It's just a matter of you got to have an MVP, a minimally viable product. You got to start somewhere and get into the market, get your feet wet. Test the demand for it, make sure the market's there, and once we get that far, I have a feeling this is going to take off and spread like wildfire, and when it does, we're going to keep building it out with so much functionality that it's absolutely going to blow your mind, because I've been in this for 32 years. I know what people really need as far as owner-operators and all that kind of stuff, and even like he was just talking about with the Google reviews, the way our app works, you can put in locations, and when you put in those locations, we're going to have a database that's automatically searched, and any reviews for any company, any shipper, any broker tied to that, if you care to give that information, it's going to pull it up automatically. It'll throw you a warning and say, hey, look, this address, there's 3 different, if it's a facility where you got suite 1, 2, 3, and 4. It'll pull up and say, hey, there's 4 businesses at this address. If you're going here, it takes 10 hours to get loaded, But that's things where it's going to rely, we're not going to pull from Google's reviews. We're going to let our users privately within our app review all these places on their own. And anytime you have a bad experience or a good experience, let us know. It gets recorded. It's permanently saved. And then that helps the next guy. When they pull that up to go and rate that lane, they already know what they're getting into, and they never have to leave the screen.
I have a question for you, Scott. I'm sorry when you read, and I apologize. I wanted to ask you a question about that. Sure. So, on the broker side, okay, Have you guys ever seen Anixa video where, or maybe she's done some lives where she'll go like, she'll talk about like, there's that carrier 411, but then they also put out like a broker 411,
Yep.
like the opposite.
Yep.
And to use the terminology, it's like a dumpster fire, whereas the brokers use their carrier 411, and it's like almost like a Bible to them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
How are you going to weed out the emotional side? Because like I can go through Highway. I use Highway for vetting, and I can see on their addresses that carriers have in common. I can see comments that other brokers put on about a carrier, and it's very. I'm not saying that there's not emotional things in there. There possibly is, but it's more or less very pro. It's very professional. Hey, carrier. Took load, picked up on this day at this facility. Carrier then I lost all contact with him until carrier got to destination, was late, didn't make it. And these things you kind of go, yeah. But then, like on the broker side, I mean, you just have like a lot of emotional carriers that are just, I just want to say, bitching. How are you going to weed through that to where you can actually use it as what it's meant for? Because like when I go on Highway and I see somebody write something about a carrier, I kind of go, do I really want to use this carrier? Whereas if I were to go on broker 411, I'm just going, oh, here we go again, another crybaby truck driver who just I mean, and it may be completely legit, but when you go through all the comments and all the crap, you know what I mean, it's just like repetitive, TQL sucks, and and all these things that they that everybody everybody says. You know what I'm saying? How are you going to weed through that part of it if you're letting drivers add those things in there? Are you guys going to have some sort of a like filter where you guys are going to go, hey, look, I mean, is this like legit, or you're just pissed off because your driver didn't make it on time and they charged you a late fee because the facility charges a $500 late fee? I mean, how are you going to, so that when carriers look at it, they can see, yes, this is real information.
Yeah, by the time we get that big that we are going back and incorporating that kind of functionality into it, that's down the road. That's not right now. But when we get to that point, every one of them will be manually reviewed by somebody.
It's a carrier 411. They would actually send you. So if you put something on them, they send you an email saying, "Hey, you just got dinged with somebody with a bad review." Then they can take that time and actually say, "Hey, you know what? That's not how it happened." So then they decide to say, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna put this on there." Or, yeah, this guy's been like a nuisance this whole time and just being, like I said, a whiner. But no, Scott, I was gonna say, even like I even put reviews on like mechanic shops. So for example, I went down to Kenworth and they literally, so that my name is on my review on Google. So if you ever see my name on there, I wrote that review. And so I put one on there. They called me off of off the number.
Share the link or platform so I can take a look.
Hang on. My AI is going crazy. Anyways, so I put it on there, and they actually called me off the number, off of the invoice, and called me and said, "Hey, you know what? You need to take that down. We're going to give you 50% off if you take that review down." I was like, "No, you guys already did the damage. To change a U-joint, you charged me $1,100 when the U-joint only cost $150 because I do the mechanic work and I did it myself. Usually, I just was tired that night and I wanted you guys to do it." So, like that review stuff, if you can just make it, even truck stops, like anything in the trucking industry, to actually leave a review, not just the broker or the shipper or where you're going, but if you can make that review to go to everything in the trucking industry, you'll have something that I think would be solid.
Absolutely, 100% right. I'm actually dealing with Kenworth right now, and it's in their attitude. I mean, even the employees there, "Sir, thank you, appreciate it. I will get right back to you." Even they've changed. I mean, their tune completely. I mean, I don't know if anybody's been in this business long enough. I mean, you would go to the dealer and they would treat you like no better than a napkin that's blowing in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? And but those kind of things have had a positive effect in just the way they treat the people. You know what I mean? The customer.
So we even did this. So I needed some nozzle O-rings. There's 6 of them in a 3406B Cat, right? So I went to Cat. They only had one set, so I bought it from them. It was $67 from them guys. Then I went over to Peterbilt to get one off of it. Then I had to go to Kenworth. You know, actually, Kenworth was $15 more higher than all the other ones. I left that on the reviews. I was like, hey, I bought this one from Cat for this much. I bought this from Peterbilt. I bought this from Kenworth. Like, where's all in the same town? So, like, where's the markup coming, you know? But those are the reviews I leave, so the guys actually understand to saying, hey, there are O-rings. I mean, they're always overpriced anyways, but these guys are charging more. I want people to know that. You know?
Yeah.
And,
Right. But see, that's the education I'm talking about. You know, and that's what it is. And Scott, I'm waiting on you to get this up so that we can help push this for you, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, not just push it for me, but push it for everybody because it's going to help our industry tremendously. I honestly believe that. If I didn't, I wouldn't have spent the last pretty much 3 years, every spare moment I had for the last 3 years getting this done.
I use my own personal experience and
Well, that kid that I was telling you about that was talking to at the dealer, he came up to me and he told me that he went to that right there at the Kenworth here in Odessa, that the MTE, fuck, I can't remember if it's MTE, the computer that's on the transmission, on the automatic transmission, he said that they wanted to charge him $3,500 for it right there. He said he called over to Peterbilt in Odessa and they want $1,800 for the same part.
Yeah, TCM, transmission control module.
Yeah, that's it right there, TCM. Thank you.
And there's some places that Kenworth's cheaper than Peterbilt. It's just like what area you're at. Like there's no, like, so I live in South Dakota. I can buy parts cheaper over in New York than I can over here in South Dakota. And it's all like, what, like, if you guys are all selling, how is this even possible unless they're making their markups on, you know, what area you're at?
You're closer to the moon than you are to the rest of us, my friend.
Well, I think that's what it is. But you know, and I always tell guys, I'll look at something, and if I don't have, usually when you break down, you need that part yesterday, today. You want to be on the road. You're going to take the hit on losing on it. To where now I'm just like, hey, you know what? I'm going to stick with all 5 of my trucks. They're all going to have the same motor, same everything. That way I can keep one alternator on the shelf, and if something breaks down, I can ship it to them or get in a rental car and make it to them, and it'll be cheaper than buying it on the road. So that's what we do. But yeah, when you're broke down, you're buying it, you know, 5 different O-rings from the same place, and you'll see a different markup. It's crazy to actually look at it.
Yeah, it's that way even here in Jacksonville. When I go to buy parts from my guys up here, it's, you know, I got one that I try to get everything from because I know the others screw me on it. And there's huge differences in even my cost on these things that it's like, nope, I'll wait till Rick gets it in tomorrow. Yep. You know, he'll have it tomorrow because I don't want to have to do that to my customer. But some of these shops, I don't know what the hell their percentage of markup is on parts, and I know they got to mark it up. It's taking up shelf space, and they've got money invested in it for it to sit there, just like I do. If it's stuff I carry around, yeah, I got to mark it up. I've had my money invested in that for maybe 30 days or 60 days or some things longer, right? So I'm going to mark it up to make my money back plus a little bit on it. But I don't gouge guys. But man, it's that way here too. I mean, it's everywhere, man. And when you go into these places, you got to kind of, that's where I, for years, and Kevin Rutherford taught me this probably back in 07, 08, build relationships with some shops, right? Close to where you live and the areas that you run. If you're always sitting somewhere for a day or something like that, and you need to get little stuff done out of town, away from home, try to build a relationship with a small shop in that area so that when you need something done, you can call. You know they're not going to rip you. They'll fix it right and everything else. And the same thing with the area that you live in. Go build a relationship with that shop and, you know, and use them for your stuff. And, you know, you can usually get better service and all, but you have to go interview your shop just like you would an employee. You need to go sit down and talk to them and say, hey, this is what I have. You know, I got 2 trucks or 1 truck or 10 trucks. What kind of rate can you all do for me? Was your parts marked up 8,000%? Or, you know, what can you all do for me? And what's your warranty on your work for me? You got to go interview these people and build that relationship.
And like parts, for most part, like we use Fleet Pride and stuff like that, but just, Napa. So we have a Napa account. But so what we did is in one guy's name for the account, and then 30 of us use it. And then in our PO, we just put our business name in there. So that way when you go to file the taxes, it can prove. But if we buy in numbers, we get it dirt cheap. Like right now, Napa is building they got filters going on. I can buy fuel filters, oil filters, air filters, $9 a piece. Where if you buy it throughout the year, you're going to be at that $30 mark, that $40 mark. But being so many of us buy the filters through them, yeah, $9. I mean, like we just throw them in the truck and stomp on them. If you don't use it, you throw it in the trash. But I mean, I understand like as far as building a relationship and numbers, more truckers and numbers to get on your account, the cheaper you're going to be. Because yeah, I mean, at Napa, I guarantee you, we spend probably about $400,000 a year. But there's like 50 of us that actually use that account. Same thing with like doing Fleet Pride. So I always tell guys, try to get in numbers to help it, 'cause it works.
Yeah, and that helps. And luckily I've got a couple of really good guys here that I've been dealing with for years. Like one of them, Rick, I've been dealing with him for 29 years, and even Chris at Blue Ribbon, we'll call him for stuff a lot of times now, because he'll give him the information and give him my prices and stuff. And he's even had stuff shipped out of Jacksonville here up there to West Virginia and stuff, because it's so much cheaper, and you can have it next day usually, even though overnight it sometimes some stuff is like half the cost of what they get it for up there. But now he's got a relationship with a couple up there that he doesn't have to do that much anymore, because he's getting good treatment up there, from his, that they've been doing it for a while. And he met a couple of good parts guys that he's done that with, where he can just call, give them a VIN or the part number, and they tell him what it is. And it's on its way,
At Bob 379 for me.
Yeah, 'cause that's kind of how we've been doing it. Like we use a place out of New York, Buffalo, but they deal with Cat, and they spend millions and millions of dollars a year because they're building, front end loaders and all that stuff. To where when we call, like there might be like 50 or 100 people that deal with trucking on side of it, but they'll give us at their price, so we can, it's shipped over within 2 or 3 days. We got it. It's just like you said, are you waiting, or do you have to have it right away, or you save the money? And a lot of guys don't look at it. If it's going to cost me, like for example, a turbo for $5,000, but I can call the guy over in New York, Con Equipment, and have it for $900. It's worth me sitting for those 2 days waiting on getting that price, because the cost markup, I'm not going to go make that right away back up. And that's what I get at. But yeah, it's just a crazy how like you can buy 5 different items, the same item around town, and you'll see, like you said, that one guy is really cheap and then the other guy goes up and up and up, and it's like, woof.
Well, that's like one of the real popular bushings that I use a lot of, so a couple hundred of them a year. I get them very cheap. Well, I say cheap, but they're still about twice what a regular rubber junk bushing is. That'll last you about 6 months. And even the Fleet Pride and the others say they're out and waiting on them to come. They hadn't got them yet, and I'm needing more of them today or something. And so I'll go over to Fleet Pride, and I'm like, come on now, y'all can do a little better than that. And they're like, dude, I'm at 5% over cost. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, dude, this is like $40 a bushing more than I get them from my guys for the same bushing, for the same Atro. And he was like, well, how in the hell are they getting them that cheap? I said, I don't know. They buy a pallet of them at a time. But, so he's like, oh, well, our distribution center probably gets a pallet at a time, but I don't think we must not be using as many. So they don't have the same purchasing power, either as some of them. So, but luckily, like my guys, I get them for $74, and I go to the other places and they're like, dude, it's 117, and I'm paying 112 for it. So, and I'm like, wow,
Yeah, we do that a lot. We'll go in there and be like, come on, man, like you guys can't take food stamps for this, or I try to hustle them all the way down, and usually I can kind of get that one guy to be like, all right, this time only we'll give it to you what you pay for the other guy, but those are small guys, they ain't like the Kenworth or Peterbilt. Those guys just look at you and be like, man, I get paid by the hour, buy it or leave.
Right.
But,
so with Rocky probably knows, I deal with Fleet Products a lot in Lakeland and Tampa.
Yeah, Fleet Pride's all over now. I mean, they're getting pretty good.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of business with Fleet Pride because they screwed me on a set of rotors on a Freightliner. Pissed me off pretty bad, set me back a whole 2 days because they sent me the wrong parts. After I gave them the part number from Freightliner. Still, they messed it up.
Oh, I hate dealing with Fleet Pride, even if I got to get something. Say my guys are out of a specific hub or something, and I'm getting it, and you go to Fleet Pride with the part number, and they're like, "Yeah, I can have it in the morning." Okay, and they get it there, and it's like, "Dude, this is for a drive axle. I need it for a steer axle."
Yeah, I always say I don't know who I dislike more, a judge or a parts guy, but I bet it goes in the same they were in the same category. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
But what Scott was talking about with his app and stuff, I'm not saying that James's thing is like that, but I do like the way that James has set up his setup with the that Freight Link Solutions. For the most part, and I guess he's got a whole bunch of people on there now.
On Freight Link?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gotten on there. I have to look in my phone and see if he has the app, right?
I think he just did the app side of it.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot of that stuff is hard. Like, man, most of these people, one thing I wish that all these review sites would require is that you use your legal name, not Starlight Trucker or some bullshit, right? You put your name up here. If you're going to go in, shut up, dog. Come on, it's Tyler. Stop. It ain't no damn burglar. Hush. Crazy dog.
I think all of our dogs are going right now.
It's the moon. Have you seen the moon today?
No, I haven't tonight. It may be this one here wants to bark at everything. She hears a neighbor or something out there mowing the yard, running to the window, barking at them sometimes. But I think they like with Scott's, you should require it to display their name. Not some ghost fairy tale name. It should be. They should have to have a little bit of. What's a good word for it? They, take responsibility for this review you're going to leave. Your name can't be, a CB handle or the ice cream truck driver or nothing like that. It's got to be your name that gets posted with that review. So if you're going to go on and make a bullshit review, it's showing that it's you and somebody's got accountability for it.
See, and I cheat, anymore. I use ChatGPT and I'm like, hey, give me a review on this truck stop. Service was great, bathrooms were clean, but roller dogs were burnt, and this thing will just go 200 something thing, and then I pop it on there, and I always get a response. I mean, I always say if you can leave 200 words, you're definitely 100% going to get a response out of it. And it might be a good response or it might be a bad response, but you're going to get somebody that's going to read that whole thing and go, wow, man, this guy took the time out of his life to write this. And I didn't. All I did was just use ChatGPT, and she went crazy on making it sound good in big words. You don't even have to type anymore. You cut, copy, and paste it right in there, and it's done.
Yeah. Just like you've heard Chris from Blue Ribbon say a bunch of times, there's good agents and bad agents at Landstar, right? Just like there's good brokers and bad brokers and stuff everywhere. Well, there's a group in there that have a bunch of sub-agents in their agency, and some of them are not very good. But these guys will go, you'll see it on the social media groups. Man, this damn AUT agency, nobody should use them. They're going on my do not haul for list and blah, 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 and all this crap. And it'll be about some stupid thing. And most of the time it ends up being the driver's fault. Not always, but most of the time. And just like the other day, there was one on there. I got there for the drop and hook, and they didn't have any empty trailers. And they're telling me I got to wait till 2:00, but I have another load to pick up in an hour. And, you have to know that stuff can happen. It's the agent's not there on site. They're 1,000 miles away. They don't know that they haven't unloaded all the trailers yet, that you don't have one until you get there. Typically, that place is pretty good, but this time, they don't have one empty yet. Maybe half their people didn't come in today or something like that. But these guys want to go leave reviews for the others to see. But some of the agents that they bash, even when I was still on the road and had the trucks there, they dude, I made a ton of money with those agents. And it's like, if I listened to all the bad reviews, I would have never hauled a load for them people. When I had a couple agents with that agency, sub agents that had good stuff and would get me right where I needed to be with good paying, easy money loads. You know, so you
It's the
always have
thing,
to
though.
take good reviews with bad reviews.
People don't understand that business aspect of it is if you're going to complain about so I treat a broker just like my regular direct customers. I'm going to go anything out of my way because I know at the end of the day they're going to give me a paycheck. Where now you kind of get drivers, they're like, oh, they defended me when I walked in there. She looked at me wrong, and then they want to kind of leave that review instead. That's who's paying you. They always say don't bite the hand that feeds you. That's kind of where it's at. But if that and then there's certain things that like you said, there was a trailer or something, and I look at it and I'm like, all right, you can't overlook that part of it because that's part of the industry. But there is some things that I'll look at and go, hey, you know what? They just dropped the ball completely. People need to know about it, and that's
right.
But that's the thing. Like guys don't look at it and go, hey, you know what? This is how I make my business. Because I've literally, like you said, I've taken guys that they say, hey, this customer is the worst. Can you do something about it? I'll go in there and I'll start talking to them like, hey, look, there's two sides of every story. The birds didn't hatch in time, and now that's why we're late. And farmers, I always tell you, the biggest whiners are farmers. They're always, when it comes to agriculture stuff, they're like, hey, you're going to be here at 4:00, and you give them that time, and you had a problem on the way. Now you're going to be there at 5:30. I said 4:00, and it's like, well, that's not how trucking works.
Right.
And then you got to backfeed it, and then you're like, hey, I apologize. There was and I always tell everybody, it's never my fault, and you never look at it your equipment's fault. You always believe that fault. Well, there was an accident or there was construction on the road, and I didn't plan for that. Just to get it yourself out of it to make both parties happy, whether you stopped and got a cheeseburger and that's why you were late. But I was never,
right.
I always tell people I'm never late. I get there right before the load does because I'm in the semi.
Right.
Right. But it's how you treat them.
I was going to piggyback off of something earlier, but talking about, the different apps and stuff for people that are out there, like what Scott's doing and stuff. The problem with them, and now I use them, but the majority don't. But these guys nowadays, they don't even use a weather app.
That's right.
To trip plan their freaking day. Okay. So that's why, we need to really push more of the education stuff and get these guys to change their minds and their thought process on what they're doing before they go to bed tonight or before they hop in that driver's seat and put it in gear in the morning. Trip plan. Look at the weather of where you're going today. Look at what's going on. And you look at these damn blizzards and whiteout stuff and these winter storms and these guys, man, I just got to Pennsylvania and the damn roads are closed. Well, yeah, they've been saying they're going to close last night at midnight for 4 days, right? These people, the majority of them just don't care, okay? They don't care. They fly by the seat of their pants. And they get themselves into these positions because they don't trip plan. They don't do pre-trips. They don't do anything. And
that comment that I made earlier about how a lot of people that are just employees, and I've seen this in the businesses that I'm in, they do not care. They only care about that Friday paycheck, and that is it.
That's it. They don't care. And I've seen this happen over the last 6-7 years with Chris and them at Blue Ribbon being involved in their program pretty heavily. They have had so many guys come in. They know what they're going there for and is to learn, right? And literally the last one I had been with them for about 5 weeks. And he's calling me, wanting me to go to the Ritchie Brothers auction down in Tampa to inspect and look at a truck for him that he's going to buy, and he's going to leave them because he's already got it figured out. Now, he'd already failed once, okay, and lost everything. He wants to buy another truck. Oh, I've already learned everything I'm going to learn from them, so I'm going to buy another truck and try to go out on my own now that I'm on with Landstar. He thinks he's already got it figured out. I was like, dude, you don't figure this stuff out in a couple of weeks. You just don't. You're not going to get it all in a couple of weeks of how to run a business. This guy didn't have a problem backing the truck to a door or driving ahead forward. Okay, he had a business problem. He did not understand business at all. And it's like, why did you bother go there then if you're going to go step out and go do the same thing over again? You'll go out and you'll fail. So I see that with so many of them that can't even, that already failed and have lost everything, that in 5 minutes they already know what they did, and they think it's going to be easier this time. Oh, I got better shot at it this time.
Well, see, a lot of as I don't know how the age of everybody in the group here, but I'm 36. I've owned multiple businesses. I have a hard time. I can't work for somebody. I just can't do it. The first time they mouth off to me, I pop back, and that's the end of that. I guess that's just from being a mechanic and growing up in that industry with my pops. Watching my granddad and them the way they talk to people. So a lot of my issue is there's never actually been anybody there like how you guys are doing this group right now, and we're sitting here, we're having these discussions about what not to do, this, it's better if you do an operational plan, know your numbers as you're going in. These are things that I never had access to as a young entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So I have failed twice on my own feet. It was my fault completely. I know exactly what I did and how I did it and why it happened. This last time was because of Mother Nature. I can't do anything about that. With the whole hurricane flooding, my shop was right on the water side. I can't do anything about that. And the insurance, there's small print. Small print says, hey, and the insurance says you are not covered, and we're not going to give you $60,000 or $100,000 for the tools and equipment that you lost in the flood.
Wow.
So I got screwed.
Well, like for me, you were still, shitting green in diapers or pull-ups when I got in the industry. So
exactly.
But I'm the same way. I have not collected a W-2 from anybody. I have not been an employee since I was 19 years old. It just wasn't going to be for me, and I would not make a good employee. Anywhere that I think me and Cisco talked about this a week or so ago, I'm not a good employee because when I see this stupid crap going on in the business or somebody that I'm working for, I'm going to call it out, right? And it just they'd fire my ass in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I've had that happen. Like when I worked at Miller Bros or something like that as a tire guy, I try to correct something because I see something's wrong or a safety issue or something like that. That's something that as a business owner would correct immediately. They take a little bit longer because they're working off of a much larger budget. If you're in Jacksonville, so you're probably familiar with Miller Bro.
Yeah.
They're in 4 or 5 different places in the state of Florida. So they have a budget that they work off. So, hey, this tire machine's not grabbing properly. Well, that's a safety hazard for us, the tire tech, because if it comes off there while we're changing it, that's going to hurt. So they don't see it and they don't fix it immediately. Like when I had my tire shop, if my tire machine was something wrong with it, I spent $3,000 to have it completely rebuilt. I wasn't fixing one thing. I fixed it all. But doing that was where my problem inlaid because I overspent out of my budget because I wanted to make sure my guys were safe. Plus that I had my 15-year-old in the shop doing tires. So I wanted to make sure he was safe while doing tires.
Right.
Same way though. Trucking's similar. Do you change the tire now or do you fix the oil leak or,
I think
like
me and
you gotta pick their numbers.
Me and Sarah had this conversation the other night when I was actually out on the road for this company that screwed me. ITS's trailers. I was pulling their trailers. They had me go pick up one in Port St. Lucie last week. Well, when I get there and I do my pre-trip, these guys that are doing dropping hooks, obviously they're not doing pre-trip because when I got there, these 2 trailer tires, one on each axle on each side, were 2 30-seconds, 1 30-second of tread.
Maypops.
Definitely Maypops.
And, they're like, well, that should have never been like that. Well, whoever brought this trailer down here should have noticed this when they did their pre-trip. But I think what Sarah, I think it was Cupcake was in that live when we were talking about it. They just don't care.
Leave it for the next guy.
Yeah,
Leave it for the
those
next
drivers don't care. All they care about is getting to the next trailer to move the next trailer.
Yep.
Me,
leave
I'm
the
not running
problem
down
for
the
you.
road like that. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that's in Florida. So, and I've got friends that are FHP officers or DOT officers, and I do not want to get on their shit list. So,
yeah, my motto was.
I think
my
part
motto
of the
was
problem.
taking-
I think part of the problem with that is that carriers don't pay drivers to, if there's a tire problem or they report, hey, these tires are thin, they need to be redone. Carriers are like, oh, well, you either do it or you don't, and they don't get paid for their time. So they don't really have much invested in it. They just want to get onto their next load and the pay.
yeah. So what I ran into when I did that, I reported that to ITS at 9:30 that night. They did not have Snyder or Michelin, whatever you want to call it, at that time, come out, for which I'm part of the Michelin program, or was with my shop. That tech did not come out until 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And they sent me a green one. Rocky, they sent me a green tech.
Did they?
I'm out there helping him change these tires.
But do you think there's probably a couple of reasons why that is? One, they don't have enough tire techs. And actually, if you reported at what time did you say?
9:30 p.m.
And they came out at what time?
7:30 a.m.
That sounds pretty quick in the industry from the other stories that are being told.
Yeah, well, and that's the bad part. So, like, when I ran my shop, if Michelin called me at 9:30 at night, I'm there 45 minutes, depending on how far they were. And I tried to keep for drivers. And when I have my shop, I always listen to the drivers. Man, I hate waiting 2 hours. I hate waiting an hour. Well, if you're 2 hours out from me, it's going to take me 2 hours to get to you. But I tried to always keep a 2 hour range so I know that I'm to that driver within 2 hours. But I mean, for the most part, when I did Michelin calls, if they called me at 10:30 at night or midnight, I'm on my way with 2 tires and I'm there within 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, and you're talking about two different things, though. You're talking about roadside versus, a trailer sitting in a yard or at a dock.
No.
Sometimes that makes a difference too.
Yeah, well, these all the calls that I've done for Michelin over the years, or any of those roadside assistant calls that I got, it was always a driver waiting.
Yeah.
Always.
And
I
that,
never got them in the yard. So, and the only time I ever got them in the yard is when I worked for either Miller Bros or I worked for GCR. And that GCR, the biggest one company that we did was First Fleet.
Yeah.
Well, and I can say, I might make some people's skin crawl, but it's the reason I don't run super singles, because the weight we haul, we can single them out and get back to a shop to save money most of the time.
Oh shit! Watch out, Rocky.
I know. Rocky's going to come at me.
I know he is. He's going to get Chris in here right now. Watch.
When I worked for a bigger company that was talking about tires and stuff, man, I always look for the tire shops that would take AMM bucks where I could get my points, or a Love's truck stop where I could cash in. Shoot, if that tire was right at 230 seconds, I'm just like, hey, throw another one on there if you could, because I wanted those points. People don't understand. Like, man, I think there was one time I was up on AMM bucks. I was like $1,100 on rewards, because every trailer I hooked to, it needed tires. I mean, and they'd be like, hey, send me pictures to document it. Because, I mean, I was like 10, 15 trailers, and they're like, dude, I think you're doing something just to get tires. And I'm like, no, these things are shot. No one's doing pre-trips and post-trips. And they could get it fixed. But if you start looking at it, hey, I could actually make something out of this. If you're a big mega carrier that you're pulling for, shoot, look at them points that you'll add up.
Well, and like Justin was talking about tire techs. I know the Ford of the tire companies here in Jacksonville, I do a lot of work for. They are always going through guys to be out in the trucks and the service call stuff. And one of them being Snyder Tire, and then Boulevard and Callahan Best One, and them, they're always battling these guys, and most of the guys they have are guys that a majority of them couldn't get jobs anywhere else, right? Because of their lifestyle and the stuff that they're into. They all like to pick up the pipe and all that type of stuff for some reason. That all these guys are just those type of guys that'll do this stuff, and I think a lot of it has to do with because they just don't pay these guys much,
No,
and it
you
is a
start.
dangerous job.
Yeah, you start off in the industry, and then now these tire guys are starting off at $15 an hour. Now, the conversation we were all having the other day, we were talking about TIA certifications and all of this. Like, so when in 08, I got certified and I got trained by Michelin. And then I did my earth mover tires in 23 and got certified in earth mover tires. I can walk into any tire shop, but do you know what they're going to want to pay me? As a certified tire tech and have been doing this most of my life, and as a mechanic, they still only want to pay me $23 an hour. Yeah. And they max me out at 27 an hour.
Right.
Don't
That makes more than that as a manager.
That's good pay for something. I don't know what, but I have teenagers just like most people might have or don't have, but my mortgage is $2,100 a month.
Right.
So I mean that 26 or $27 an hour, it don't add up.
Well, you know from doing tires, especially if you're accepting national account, there's very little money there. It's all in volume, right? Because you make nothing on the tire. You make absolutely nothing on the tire, zero.
Yes, and then that's the thing about Michelin. So when I was doing Michelin national accounts, oh my God, I'd buy the tire. Okay, now for example, U-Haul. I've been a vendor for U-Haul for the last 5 years. U-Haul Michelin tires, I'm buying them at $525 my cost. Michelin sells them that tire at $430.
Yeah.
Because they buy the volume. U-Haul obviously has that money. So now
saying the next time I go in, I need to say I need a tire for a U-Haul so I can get it on that account.
So
I got you. I see what you're picking down.
I had to wait 2 to 3 weeks for Michelin to reimburse me that additional $100 and something that I spent on the tire.
Yep.
Plus my service call, plus my labor fee, plus whatever else was involved, and I'm waiting 2 or 3 weeks for that money. And I didn't make the only money I may have made $125, maybe.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it's not worth it to me because it's like, I'm not making any money. I can sell that tire to somebody else or go back to the old way when I was doing it with U-Haul before I got set up with Michelin National Account. I buy that tire for $525 and I sell it to them for $625. I made $100 on a tire plus my labor and my install fee.
If you did 300 of those in a day, you'd still make you'd average out volume, which is what Rocky's saying.
Transparency on that, Justin. We're gonna need transparency on that.
Transparency on what?
It is right.
I know that they don't.
That ain't gonna give you that.
I know even through LCAP, like the Bridgestone 213 just had one the other day. He got them for $406.40 a piece. Okay. So for $406, well, that tire, somebody coming in off the street, 600 plus.
Yeah.
Right. And then he paid the mount dismount out of his pocket because it's cheaper than billing it through the national account because the national account charges you more for the mount dismount. So, and I always did the same thing. I'd always pay the shop cash for mount dismount and all that instead of putting it through the national account because they would charge you, say you put it through Bridgestone, Michelin, you'll find it doesn't matter, all of them. It would be $15, $18 more per tire.
I noticed that too. Yeah.
It would be more per tire for the mount dismount doing it through them. And most of the time I know when we're trying to get cams up there in West Virginia set up doing the national account stuff with the bigger tire companies, he was like, I got to buy the tire and go put it on the truck. And then they give me a credit or send me another tire. and all I make is the little bit of service call and the mount dismount, you know. So he's like, man, it ain't hardly worth it.
No, can I switch? I'm sorry, I was just wondering if I wanted. Is it okay if I switch it up a little bit, or
no?
Yeah, what do you got, Cisco? What you got, brother? What you got?
I was gonna ask the Trucking by the Grace of God. I don't do it on my insurance because I get it on my warranties with the trucks. I don't know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it might be a little bit more cost effective like that way instead of paying for it like kind of like through a monthly thing, because I know it pushes up my premiums for that tow. Correct me if I'm wrong though, please.
Well, my policy has a free tow with my policy. It doesn't cost me extra. So I wondered if your policy had that too.
How many free tows do you get, and what's the mileage? I know because I know there's a mileage radius on some.
I don't know. I think to be honest with you, I think it's probably just one, and I think it's 500 miles if I remember correctly. It might be 250. I'm not sure.
My warranty, the warranty, if it's a warranted coverage on the truck, then they cover the warranty unlimited. They cover the tow unlimited mileage. So,
well, some of us broke-ass people don't have new trucks, just so you know.
That's right.
No,
Also,
we're having a conversation. You
called you out,
see
bud.
what happens? You see what
Dumpster
happens?
fire.
This is what happens.
Oh, that hurt. That's bad. My back hurts right now. That knife. That knife in my back right now. Oh, man.
It's all dumpster fires, right?
Man, yeah, that's what it was. Literally, way to go, Mac Daddy. Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. Shoot,
But then again, I'll say this: my broke ass doesn't have any truck payments either because they're all older trucks.
That's right.
Yeah, I know. They're nice trucks though too, but I'll give you that.
Cisco, so how much do you pay a month for that? Roughly
for
your warranty.
It added on another five. It was about five. Gosh, man, I want to say $500 and some more.
A month?
That's per month.
A month.
Holy crap!
So in a year, that's how much? Hold on, let's see.
That'd be $6,000. A little over $6,000.
So 6,000.
Yeah.
I think it's less. I apologize.
If you don't
it could be less. Wait, hold on a second. I'm giving you for 2 trucks. I apologize. This is 2 trucks.
So you're only talking $3,000, a little over $3,000 a truck than a year. That's not terrible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No,
that's not terrible.
That was for 2 trucks because I bought 2 trucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
Well, that's like
see now there's the knife right back. Oh, I bought 2 new trucks.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I apologize.
You did make a mistake. You bought 2 trucks. That was the mistake.
Cisco, you're in the wrong live, bud.
I am. I think I need to go. Where's JJ at? Damn it.
Right.
Well, that's like people made fun of me when I bought my Harley. You know, I paid extra for the tire replacement warranty. You know what I mean? You know how expensive a motorcycle tire is if you get a nail in it? There ain't no patch in it. You got to replace it.
Right.
Yep.
Well, this is the thing. Is that thing is paid for itself already. I mean, it's like... for the 2 jobs that I've already had, this one and the clutch, that I don't know what's up with this transmission, but I mean, basically I'm already almost $18K close to it.
It's weird how the new
these
trucks
2
break down
repairs.
more than our old trucks do, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Man, and see, that's the crazy part that I was scared about when I jumped on the road.
It's just it's a point of view. I've had old trucks and they break down. I've new trucks, they break down. I mean, it's just breakdowns. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, let me ask this. I got to ask this about the new one on this real quick,
The
though.
denominator is trucks.
Well, the question I do have is did they offer you any kind of breakdown coverage on the new truck, Cisco? So, like, if you do break down, they give you, like, a certain amount of dollar figure for either a rental or at least cover, like, some of your lost revenue?
I think that would be through insurance, wouldn't it? If that's
Well, no,
like
because
that
I've heard I've heard on PACCAR, when you buy from them.
I'm not gonna say it doesn't exist. I wasn't offered that.
Okay.
But I know insurance does do something, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah,
similar
there
to
are
that.
some insurance. Yeah, I've got the breakdown coverage on the insurance. I just know there's been a couple guys that have told me when they bought new trucks that somewhere in that whole, if there's a warranty claim and like, I don't know, I think it's like maybe a day or 2 after like if you're down for more than a day, then it kicks in. You know,
It's very possible. I mean, I could see like a whole engine or something like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how catastrophic it would have to be for that to happen. To be honest with you.
Morning,
You gotta read the fine print.
Like your warranty
Yeah, see,
claim,
that's
that
what
would be
that's
is
what I was
holding a
scared.
sign out there, work for food. That's when we
That's what
get paid.
Yeah, that's what I was scared about when I bought
it,
these
Sean.
trucks from my
Stop it.
buddy. Both these trucks I bought from my buddy they sat in the field for a year and a half. So
What
when
kind
I
of trucks
jumped
did you
in,
get?
I got a 06 International 9200 with a ISX Cummins in it, and then I got a 13 Cascadia with the same motor. And I ended up having to do cam bearings on it. But the Cummins, the International, I jumped in it and started hauling. And it scared the shit out of me the whole time I was out on the road because I'm like, man, this truck been sitting for a year, and here I am. I was just going to
Yeah.
drive in Florida with it at first, just to kind of, see if anything was going to go wrong or something's going to break. I can fix it. I'm close to home. Wife can bring me my tools if I need them or whatever. Nope, not me. I jump in the truck and head straight to Scranton, PA, first run. And I had absolutely no issues on the road with that truck. And I was very impressed, that I didn't have any issues.
Well, that's the part of that gambling that we were talking about earlier. Do you,
Oh, yeah.
do you try it or do you not make nothing?
And while CHILD most
Yeah.
insurance
You know what?
is
I'm
offered
gonna say that I lied to you guys. I lied to you guys completely.
So you
bought
weren't
4 brand new trucks?
transparent.
You bought 4 brand new trucks?
There's that transparency. You got to watch these brokers with that transparency. I'm telling you.
Never mind, man. I'm gonna shut up, man.
Come on,
sharks
Cisco.
out there. I know.
Just
he's
call
out
us all
there
dumpster
listening.
fires. I get it.
I know Lone Shark out there. He's gonna call me out later about it. Wild
Hey,
Child's
y'all
always
guys
got an
were
ear out there, man.
earlier-
He never comes up, but he's always listening, man.
That's right.
Earlier, you guys were talking about how the flatbed loads are starting to increase up. So I got my buddy Mark. He's he's his own carrier,
He would be
and
that way too, looking. That's Mike.
he keeps telling me that I don't know, maybe it's his dispatcher probably, but he's not getting any loads over like 250 a mile, man, running flatbed.
Is he trying to stay in
depends where you're
Florida
at.
or what?
Where's he coming out of? I mean, what lane is he
He's
running
coming-
right now?
Right now, the main lane he runs is out of Florida going towards Texas, Arizona, Nevada, up in the
Yeah.
Kansas.
Nothing pays
he's
ever
running
coming out of
around
Florida. Yeah, nothing ever
Yeah,
pays
I know
coming
he's
out of
running
Florida. So
But that's like he was telling me he grabbed a load in Fort Bliss, Texas, I think, or somewhere, or Fort Bliss. And he ended up getting it going somewhere, dropping it, I think, in Alabama, and it was only like $1.45.
well, it sounds to me like somebody just took advantage of him and his lack of knowledge on the lane. Because
Yeah,
I mean, I will tell you this: 250 coming out of Florida is not terrible on a flatbed load, as far as what the rest of the rates are kind of doing that I've seen. But I mean, I'm not going to say it's a great rate, but I mean, I do know, like, if you're right now, I've seen loads coming out of the Midwest. I've seen loads coming off of the East Coast. I've seen loads coming out of, I wouldn't say the Denver area, because we all know Denver just sucks, and that's basically because the Broncos are from there. So, so the
I'm glad you defined that, because I was going to be like, are you firing shots at me now, or
no,
what are
well,
you
it's
doing?
it's more along the lines because you wear those jerseys, and well, I've been a Browns fan all my life, and that whole drive of '86 still sinks in real bad. So I just got some resentment for the last almost 40 years of Denver. So
Cupcakes all battered from '86.
I do. I have some PTS. I got some problems. It's whatever. Anyways, it's a joke. It's a joke. But no,
This
I
is
mean,
not a self-help group. Sorry.
I know that. Trust me. I've went and seen many counselors about Elway and his drive, and they've not been able to do any fixing of any problems for me. So, but no, I mean, when you look at some of the other main lanes like coming out of there, they're hopping right now. I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen paying is like $5 and $6 a mile. I mean, I've seen lanes coming out of the Midwest and stuff on like power only that's paying like $12 and $14 a mile. and it's going into areas that have other freight that's paying the same amount coming right back out. So, I mean, it is moving around. Now, whether it's going to be here for a while, who knows? You know,
Cisco bought 2 trucks. I got to go buy 3 now.
I'm just wondering if it's dispatchers that is the problem. You know what I mean?
It could be. Yeah.
I look at the load board, and that's what I see is I'm seeing good load. I'm seeing good rate per mile. But I don't understand why he's not getting it.
Well, let me ask you this: is he using a broker, or is he using a dispatch service, or is he pulling direct freight?
Yeah, he's using a dispatch service.
Okay, well, so right now, I can tell you right now, I wouldn't ever use a dispatch service. There is no reason you can't pick up a phone. If you're going to be a carrier, you should not be afraid to pick up a phone and talk to a broker or a trader, a buyer, a merchandiser, a direct customer yourself. And that right there, the dispatching services that are out there is basically due to laziness, in my opinion, of other carriers. If you can't just go through and pick up a phone and make a phone call, that's a problem. That's a huge problem.
He sat there and he watched me do it with Landstar. I would call Landstar brokers up, and I got him a couple loads off the Landstar load board that were, I think it were like $4 or $5 a mile or something like that. I can't remember now. It's been a minute since I did it for him. But I negotiated the price too with that broker. Like I got them a couple extra $100 than what they were asking for, you know?
Right. Well, that's part of business negotiations.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing with dispatching service. They're not really. They're just. I'm not going to say it, but they're just as bad as a broker. They're not going to tell you actually what that load's paying. They're going to look at that average and say, "Hey, that load's paying $250 a mile," when it could be paying $4 or $5, $6, $7. Who knows what it's paying? But what your paper is going to say $250. So it's always leaving that extra money on the table for somebody to take advantage. I think we just had that conversation a minute ago.
Yeah.
Of the ignorancy of what they take off. You know, and that's bad business. If he can't pick up the phone to call and talk to a broker to discuss his own pay, he's going to get advantage of him. That he needs to have some little more business skills.
People cannot advocate for themselves.
I did that all the time. I always called the broker. I always called and negotiated.
It sounds to me like, Justin, like you almost need to take him under your wing and show him a thing or two is what it sounds like to me. And, now the question is this, though. The question is this. Once again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Is he actually going to take the things you teach him and put them to good use? Or is he just going to throw them out the window as he drives down the road and go call that dispatch service because he don't want to take 5 seconds out of his day to call a broker and negotiate his own freight? The other question is this. Does this person even know their true operating costs? And that's including a targeted profit margin at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's really smart in that area, but he's not very good at talking to people. I think that's a lot of his problem.
Why don't you call a broker with him on the phone, 3-way it? This is how I used to teach guys all the time, and I would 3-way with them on the call, and I would do all the talking, and then the next time I would let them try it so I could listen, and then I'd say, hey man, you should have threw a little more of a wrench in there, because I always, I joke around with them. I don't care if they're paying $6 a mile. I still say, hey man, can you throw a little extra in there? I can't haul that for free, This thing, there's so many mountains over there that I got to pull up. So but that's how you train them, is actually listening to it and correcting them. And if I were you, I'd probably make a few bucks off them and say, hey, you know what? If I can get you a load at $5 a mile, why don't you hook me up a little bit, And throw me some bubble gum.
Yep.
But
that's a true businessman right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
you can't bring them together, man. It just ain't.
Well, the thing of it is, it's actually no. You can bring them together. The thing of it is it's all about education. That's all it is. It's all about education.
No, I agree.
So, and that's how you bring them together.
Costs, man. Hey, no education's
well,
free.
the thing of it is this though. He's kind of getting educated on the hard way right now, because he's getting educated on the fact that he's getting knocked down around by a dispatching.
There's nothing like the trucking industry to teach you how it works.
I get that, but see, this is the thing. You can. Once again, you can give the education, but you can lead a horse to water. You can't make them drink either. So, and that's the thing. This is where hopefully you just keep leading by example, and they'll figure it out. Or The thing of it is, they're going to fall by the wayside because, like I've also said, not everybody gets to play the game. You know, being a carrier, and to put it into a comparison of a sports or whatever, this is the majors. Not everybody. If you look at football, baseball, basketball, I don't care what stick and ball sport in this country. Not everybody gets to play at the top level. And that's just the way that works. There's nothing against them. I say it all the time. I see truckers all the time that they are great truck drivers. They are absolutely great at driving a truck. They could back that truck in and stop it on a mosquito's ass. And they could do it blind side, side, and back it around something else and put it right there. But they don't have the abilities to run a business. At the same time, though, if we give them the education, we teach them all about the industry, so they know the whole aspect of getting into it, the rest of it, then they have no one to blame. See, right now, a lot of them they have something to blame, if you will, because they don't have the education. Well, if you give them the education, then it's a matter of now you have to take accountability for your actions. Which is another big thing we are about over at the FOPT, is accountability. Self-accountability. Are you able to sit there and admit that you're wrong? Are you able to sit there and take accountability for your actions and maybe reach out and ask somebody and humble yourself for 5 seconds and learn something from someone else? This is part of bringing this ecosystem together. And I truly believe that if we stay on our path and we continue to learn and grow as we do every day, and we continue to educate and pass off the education that we learn on a day-to-day basis, that eventually this ecosystem will work a whole lot better together.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, Mike's
100%.
been slapped around a little bit about toning himself down.
Try not to speak on a lot of things in the trucking industry, like because I'm still learning, like on the bigger truck side of things. Because I started out in the industry as hot shot, and then obviously as a mechanic. So I don't try to step on anybody's toes, and I take anything that you guys say knowledge wise, and I put that to use. Because one thing that I definitely want to be is obviously successful.
At Load Shark, we can't make any
But
that is what sucks.
some of these drivers out there are, they don't like seeing that new guy come in the field. I know that I've learned that. That's for sure.
So what are you going to do, Justin? Are you going to go work? Oh, I'm sorry, Rocky. Go ahead. Apologize.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm going to ask you this for kind of a teaching lesson. What is your cost of operation per mile?
Well, I haven't had a full month. Right now it's negative everything.
Okay, so you're really new then.
Yeah, like for the semi trucks, I'm really new. I'm definitely in the negative all the way around right now because that company screwed me. I mean, I ran 10,000, and I still would have been screwed because I ran $10,000 in loads, and I did 10,000 miles. Well, simple math is that's $1 a mile on the truck, But I did that amount of money, and they're only paying me $2,000.
So, Justin, I'm going to say this to you, and I know you're going to have a lot of questions going along the way. If you want to, look on our website down at the bottom. My phone number is listed there. Feel free to call me anytime with any questions you got. Text me, email me, and I'll do what I can to help you. I've been in the industry for 28 years. I don't know everything, but I've got a lot of life experiences. I've fucked up a lot in my life and learned every very hard lesson along the way on some of them. And some things I've learned from mistakes that others have made. And I'm not going to tell you I know everything, but if you got a question, I can tell you this. We've got like about 150 some years, 130 years worth of experience of all of our board members and leaders we have in the FOPT. If I can't find the answer, I'll reach out to one of them and maybe we can get you the right answer or help you along the way. So don't be afraid to ask a question.
Yeah, that's how I got into all this. Was I went into Sarah's live one night, and before I leased onto that company, I was having
I do remember you. I remember you now, Justin.
Yep.
Sorry.
I was having a hard time because I spent all my money on buying the trucks, and I forgot that Florida hits you for right about $2,400 getting your a ported plate and all that. So I forgot about it, and that was on me. And I was trying to find help with that, and then that's when I looked into the whole leasing on and their plate program and all of that. I just didn't think that my first one out the door I was going to get screwed.
And what did you put on your IRP when you did your application for your first tag as far as state mileages? Because it should have been around 1,1600. Did you put some of the West Coast states really high?
No, it was 1,800 for my tag. And the lady said it was because of the weight.
I pay that for my apportion plate in Ohio. It's pretty much across the board on the apportion plate side.
Yeah.
And then he got
really.
So.
Yeah,
Well, I know you guys are special out there in Colorado with the way they like to abuse you carriers out there. So
Our base plate, just the base plate fee for Colorado is $23.50, but you obviously multiply that by the percentage of miles you run in the state.
I pay $1,300. I pay $1,300 a year with 96,000 pounds in South Dakota.
Well, and then the other issue I ran into is so the international that I got did not cost me any money. That was a labor trade between me and my buddy. I didn't have a 2290 on this truck.
I remember this conversation now.
And I didn't know how to do that.
Yeah,
and then
I remember. Yeah, you were in there too, Cupcakes.
Yeah, this leasing company, when they leased me on, they charged me to do this 2290 that's in that statement, that out of the money they were charging me, out of the $4,500 they took from me. But I still never got a 2290 from them. So
you still haven't got a 2290?
Nope, I still haven't got the 2290 for the international. Now I have a 2290 on my Freightliner, because that one I spent money on that truck.
$1,800 here in Maryland and $500.
Yeah, they should. I always try to be. So I've done leasing before, and I leased on with a company like way back in the moon. And most of these leasing companies, so for example, like our license plates are $1,200, they'll end up charging you $2,400. If you're educated on knowing what it costs, like I don't know what they're charging you for 2290. Those are usually $600, but most of these lease companies will charge you $800. And then they'll say, well, you got to pay for them to file it for you, and that's what the difference is. So pay attention to when they're charging.
They charged me $650 to do the 2290. And then
that ain't terrible because they made $50 off you basically because it's $600.
Yeah, and then but it's just there was a lot.
It's amazing to me how much money people pay to have all their permits and stuff done, and they're really not that hard to do their IFTAs and different things like that. It's like easy, but people pay money. That's what I'm saying. Like they're so focused on the broker, but they'll throw their money out dispatching services, permitting services, this service, that service.
Yep. I think the only thing really that you should be doing on a service as a carrier is an accounting service.
Yeah,
really.
That's the only thing I pay for.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, but nowadays you got QuickBooks that'll do everything for you. Put it all in a number. All you have to do is copy and paste.
I'm going to tell you this. I run QuickBooks, sir, and I'm going to still say you should be paying for an accountant. I really should, because all I have to do is I finish my stuff up, and he has found mistakes in the QuickBooks so many times it's not even funny, and it's saved my bacon so many times.
In your favor, then?
Oh, in my favor, yes, sir. 100% in my favor, yes. Yeah.
Just remember, QuickBooks doesn't do things like calculate depreciation and that kind of stuff. So
yeah, that part you got to do. I mean, I do that part.
That's why you need an accountant.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you,
To
Laura.
know all the tax laws.
Yeah.
What would you say if I told you the app we're bringing out, it already figures all that into your rate?
Check out Scott coming up with the hero of the day today.
Hey, this is why I'm all about what he's got going on, because he's got it going on, man. He's got some stuff over there.
Yeah, he does. It's Miss Sarah, or no,
it's Audrey.
It's Audrey.
Yeah. We've actually got some AI in here this evening talking with us today.
Audrey.
And by the way, I'm glad you said AI because I've had somebody ask me if this app is so complex and sophisticated, is it using any kind of AI? The answer is hell to the no, absolutely not.
Oh no, I've heard that everybody uses AI. No matter how you do it, everybody uses AI because nobody's smart enough to write a simple sentence.
Some people might not be, but I am, and I don't do AI.
It's
It's not
one of
in
those.
this app in any way, shape, or form. So
Let me
nobody
tell
has to
you
worry
though,
about that.
AI has saved my bacon because there are some times that I just want to write a FU email. And if you use AI, it makes it a very professional one without using the language.
Words that they have to look it up in the dictionary, you know.
Yeah.
I
Can
just
you
had to
hear
write
that?
it.
A very
It does have a
stern
time and place when you
email.
need to like vent, but it needs to be a professional venting.
I just had to write a letter to the FMCSA to help a carrier dispute a logbook violation that claimed one of their drivers had falsified a logbook, and they didn't. It was stupid ass Samsara logbook, and the carrier went in and made an edit while the driver was off duty. The engine was turned off, and he should have had it on duty unloading.
On duty.
Carrier swapped it to on duty offloading, and when they do that, it's something between how Samsara understands to send that data and how ERODS, which is what FMCSA uses to actually look at the data, it's a miscommunication in their system. And it actually jumped the odometer and the engine hours backward by about 70 miles in an hour and a half. And then when the guy started the engine to take off and go to driving, it jumped it right back to where the same place it was when he shut the truck off. But because the line they saw in FMCSA immediately above it was 70 miles difference, FMCSA wasn't smart enough to realize it was their own damn system doing that and inputting that data. It did it from the last, pulled the data from the last power on, which was the last time the truck was started, which was 70 damn miles ago. So they're that stupid. I had to write a dispute letter to the FMCSA over that. I had to get in Samsara's ass and write them a formal demand letter. Got their formal demand letter back, got it all to the FMCSA, and got the violation removed.
But you had to wait for a long time to get a response from Samsara since they're not stateside.
You'd be surprised when you start talking about filing a complaint with the FMCSA, getting your lawyer involved, civil and criminal penalties, and you mention all that in a formal letter, you'd be surprised how damn quick they'll respond.
No, I just had a conversation with them about that because of my contract renewed with them, and they wanted me to sign a 3-year contract, and I said no because of the, trying to get it to where you had a choice to go back to paper logs, and they let me do a year contract. So
yeah, you got to watch Samsara. They're very deceptive. It's pretty much predatory business practice, deceptive business, if you ask me. That's my opinion, but that's how they operate, and I don't like them at all.
well, I think that's pretty much any of those vendors, honestly.
At Audrey Walzer, is it a different app?
Yeah, well, Audrey, talk to us about this app that we're talking about here.
Monday. So Monday is basically a add-on to GPT, and it's a very sarcastic woman. That's so like when you're talking to Chat GPT, she's like, "Oh, aren't you just a beautiful little ray of sunshine, you ignorant idiot?" Like it's just kind of like this really sarcastic addition that you can add to GPT. Somebody introduced me to it. It's hilarious, like the response it gives. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily change how it's all done and all that, but it's just, I don't know. I appreciate it sometimes when I'm looking to be sarcastic or whatever. So yeah, it's just an add-on, but
Oh, I think we'll be all right, Sean. I think we'll be all right. I do appreciate the F1s, but I think we'll be all right.
Hey, Audrey, curious, have you had any help going forward with trying to get something done with the FMCSA over declaring that ELD mandate to be unconstitutional?
I'm still really working on trying to get some good data on that. What I've got right now is a FOIA request into NTSB on that because I want to be able to use the I want to be able to use their data against them to basically justify it, because what I'm finding with a lot of the FMCSA's things is that they are dismissing them because they're saying there's not enough statistical data to back up claims. And that's not just about this, it's just kind of about everything. They're like, oh, well, this isn't researched well enough or whatever. I've just watched a lot of the rules that in the last few years that have been turned down. So I want to make sure that I do it exactly to their liking, so they have to actually debate it and argue it. So I've got some FOIAs out there before I write anything. I just want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row before I introduce anything.
Absolutely.
No, I probably missed whatever you were talking about before about doing that. But what are you trying to take to them about the ELD?
ELD being unconstitutional?
Okay, just being unconstitutional.
You're trying to remove the ELD then mandate is what you're saying.
Correct.
That's right.
Wow.
You did it on the safety
I'm
side of
sure
it?
James Lamb is going to love you.
Oh, Mr. Lamb and I have had several conversations.
Good luck.
You go, girl.
Have you guys looked into it on the safety side of it?
That's exactly what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it all the way around, not only on the Constitution. Basically, what I want to do is I want to give them so many reasons why it has to go away. They can't argue it. So, and part of that being is the fact that it's unconstitutional, and there's some stuff to that. It's been decided even in court, in major Supreme Court cases, in these nuclear verdicts. It's not taken into consideration.
Chevron doctrine is all you need.
Well, yeah, Chevron doctrine applies as well. It's not, but the problem is that there's lots of things we could use Chevron doctrine being a huge one of that. But again, we've got to have as much information as possible, and we got to basically kill them with all the facts so they can't argue it. That's what I've been working on.
Now, I'm going to ask this, and I know I'm going to get kicked back. How does the ELD make me an unsafe driver?
Well, it doesn't make you an unsafe driver, but the argument is that they have no right to it. That's the argument.
Because most of them are saying, no, it makes the drivers unsafe. Well, how does that thing that's only recording your hours, how does that make you unsafe? I mean, the hours of service are the hours of service no matter how you record it. The device recording it should not make you unsafe.
And so when I'm talking about the safety side of it, sorry, Cisco, when I'm talking about the safety side of it, I'm talking about the fact that ELDs were not required. Were not required during COVID, and the amount of accidents, the amount of commercial motor vehicle accidents were pretty much non-existent. And so why is it when the argument that I'm making about the safety side is that it doesn't make the road safer to have ELDs and hours of service?
Right, I agree. It doesn't make them safer.
So you could say it's unsafe if you're putting a timer in front of somebody to be at this certain time. It's unsafe because they're actually seeing a clock right in front of them. The timers are actually like in sports. If you use sports as an example, in a basketball game, they're at that last thing. What do? They throw the ball from wherever they're going to throw it to try to get that last hoop in there. So I mean, there's some safety that they've been doing. I would like to see a study of where are the incidents happening. Is it most closer to the end of their time that they're trying to find parking and they make mistakes, and then that's when the incidents happen? Is it in the beginning of their shift to see, they were trying to hurry up and catch up on that time to get their delivery on time? Is that where it's at? But FMCSA or anybody's not going to give you those numbers.
And I disagree. I disagree with the clock thing. I think that all boils down to people and their piss poor planning. You
Correct.
took the load. You knew when it needed to be there. You knew the time, or you should have known the time it takes to get there, and a buffer of time because you're going through 2 municipalities along the way that the traffic's going to be jacked. Like, the problem is you don't have the experience and education people that are taking these loads and understanding how to run them legally. Whether it's on paper or on ELD, it doesn't frickin' matter. The time is the time.
The problem I see with the ELDs and the timer,
The insurance companies will then require.
the things I see with the timer in front of you, and I've run non-ELD trucks and ELD trucks, and you see it in the truck stops. You see it everywhere where everybody's racing 100 mile an hour through truck stops because they're trying to make up every minute. And, I've had times where there again, I should have had time, but like the one time I was 12 foot wide and 84 feet long. should have had plenty of time, got somebody slow in front of me. Out on a 2-lane highway, there's nowhere to pull over, and I literally had to race and drive aggressively to pull into a parking lot at the edge of a town with seconds to spare. And if I wouldn't have had that, I would have been there 2, 3, 4 minutes past my hours, but who cares?
I've had a guy run out of hours a mile from the yard, and as long as they don't go over 5 miles an hour, they're not in violation. So they literally put 4 miles an hour to the yard until they get to the yard, and then it becomes a yard move. Sounds ridiculous, but I still think
But doing that out on a highway is unsafe.
No, I agree, but that's what I'm saying though. Like my perspective is that load planning is important, and you have to have a significant buffer in there for all things that happen. And then you talk about, like you said, an oversized load. You have to add in more cushion for that, because there's so many other factors that can delay you or slow you down in that trip.
Right. I mean, you could have been slowed down and lost that little bit of time 2 hours into your trip when you first started. And I think some education needs to be put out to these guys also. And the big fleets should be doing this, that you don't have to run 900 mile an hour to the last second. You can go over that 11 or 14 that few minutes and get in somewhere safely and put notes in. We've talked about this before. I have. You can put notes in and say, hey, I got held up back here. I couldn't get here. I'm 10 minutes over, 15 minutes, whatever it is. And as long as you take a full 10-hour break after that time,
you're good to go.
You're fine, but you got to put notations in, and there's a reason that there's lines there to put notes in.
But there's also a lot of these ELDs that, and I believe it's the Samsara that's doing it now, where the first thing you see is the driver score, and now you're putting even more pressure. And there's carriers out there that really want that driver score.
The score's an option.
Yep.
But they're still putting it on there. That's the problem, is they're still putting it on there.
That's a carrier issue.
Well, it is.
My drivers see the score because it's a competition.
Yep. And that's where I was saying the unsafe part comes in. If you took all that away,
it makes you unsafe.
If you just put, it don't even have to be paper, or like they can't see the computer where the timer is. But if I see a timer in a sports game, I'm gonna throw that ball as far as I can, or we're gonna get that last point. And that's the kind of way it is in trucking. You're down, regardless of what it is. And like Rocky's saying, yeah, you can put the notes in it. But most drivers, if you're looking at this timer that's in front of you going, hey, I only got 30 seconds to be parked, you're going to rush to get there to see if you can beat that timer to get parked before that timer runs out.
But that's a behavior issue, not an ELD issue.
Right. That's a driver accountability issue. And no matter what we have, paper or ELD, there's nothing's going to fix that. And going back to the guy speeding through the parking lot, like you were saying, buddy, let me tell you something. They were speeding through the parking lot 100 miles an hour back in 1994 when I started driving, okay? And then there was no ELD, all right? This is all personal accountability. This is the responsibility of the driver. And I used to always go, if they pulled up to the fuel island and I saw them running down the aisle 100 mile an hour in the parking lot, they'd get there and I'd say, you out of fuel or something, or what's going on? No, man, I just gotta go. And then they go inside and they wait 30 minutes in line at the fast food counter, waiting on some garbage out there, but they had to do 100 through the parking lot and take a chance of running somebody over.
I think 100 through the parking lot is because they're so concerned they're not going to have a place to park. Maybe that's the issue.
Yeah, well, but I can say this, though. I can go with Rocky on this, and I can say I remember back in the late 90s as well when I first started driving, parking wasn't as much of a problem as it is now these days, and they were still running that same, crazy speed through the parking lots and stuff, and it was, I think it goes more towards the accountability. I mean, I can say that much. As far as the ELD going away, I think we just need to be able to have it as a choice, which is why we did what we did with the exemption. It needs to be a choice. Yeah. It's a choice on how you want to record it. I don't have anything against the ELD because, like Rocky said, it's just a tool to record the hours of service. If we want to make a change, then we probably ought to look at like the other, rulemaking we put out of removing the 11-hour clock and it just being a 14-hour clock that we're on. It's a 14-10, call it a day. And the thing of it is if anybody says anything about the 14-hour, we're working 14 hours now. It's not asking you to work anymore. It's just saying that you no longer have this other little clock of 11 hours in the way to screw up your circadian rhythms. You work your 14-hour day, you call it a day. If you only want to work a 12-hour day, work a 12-hour day. I don't really care. It is what it is. I work 14-hour days. I don't have an issue with it. But as far as the ELD side, make it a choice.
Where my whole discussion with Audrey first came up about the ELD is because the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
The Chevron doctrine is something that they came up with years ago, and they imposed it on commercial fishermen to be able to see where they were fishing and what zones and what places they were actually catching these fish. And they required them to have this GPS tracking system on those boats, and they had to pay for that themselves. And that, the Supreme Court ruled, is a straight up violation of the Constitution. You cannot, federal government, state, anybody, cannot require someone to have to go pay for a third-party service to comply with a law or regulation. Period.
And to speak to the question about like the data and all that, I think somebody had said they won't give it to you. And so that's the interesting thing is you can get data on whatever you want. It's just you have to ask for it. And that's the hard part is that you have to make sure that you word your asks correctly. They'll give it to you. They're not going to give it to you unless you ask for it a specific way, but it's out there. I've never had a FOIA denied. I've had to rewrite them because they don't like the words I'm using, or they're like, well, is this really what you want? So you have to be incredibly specific. But any of that crash data, and that goes for insurance companies and all that, you have the right to that information. You can get it. You just have to ask for it, and then you have to go through it. And that hasn't happened in a lot of cases. Is that because and I get it. Truck drivers aren't data analysts, and they're not scientific researchers, and that's not what it is. But unfortunately, that is a huge component to making your lives better, is to be able to do that kind of stuff. Because that's what the change is going to be, because that's where you have the research to do it.
Sleep with that under my pillow, maybe I'll get it.
And your big fleets and majority of even probably your smaller fleets are probably not going to want to deal with their drivers being on paper logs, because most of these guys, they don't sign their name to them. Hell, they don't do it with the e-log.
You're right, Rocky. We're going to be incurring another expense and hiring back office administrative people to audit logs,
Right.
and you can't even find.
You hit the nail on the head, and that's the reason. One of the reasons the mega carriers are the ones who started this e-log and pushed for it. Do you know how many office personnel they eliminated by not having to go over and physically examine every logbook from 15,000 drivers every day?
Well, can you imagine the problem? Now you got to go back to, now we have to train these people on hours of service and form and manner and all these things. And, there's not a whole lot of people that are that in depth in the regulation at any of these carriers anymore. They hire somebody to fill a seat and say the seat is filled, but they know nothing about the job.
Well, I can say this on this form and manner side, though. I've seen it also that they don't even follow the form and manner in the ELD, though. They don't even, most of them, I don't know how many times I've talked to some of these guys or gals out here that they didn't realize that they did have to still put the BOL number in the ELD.
And I disagree with that, because if you run an ELD, and I'm familiar with Samsara, what's the other one we used to have? I don't remember what other one, but like you have a screen where you have to have, it shows the driver name, you have to put in a tractor number, a trailer number, a shipper ID. It's right there. Like, how do you not know you need something if it's part of the form that you're filling out?
Don't ask me how they didn't know. They just didn't know. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Not all of them have it. Like I run Blue Ink Tech, and it has a field for it, but it's not a required. They haven't made it a required field, and I don't think. I think Motive is the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it's out there that a lot of them don't even understand the form and manner. It's no different than Rocky talked about the fact that you need to annotate in that ELD, no different than you would annotate on a paper log of what happened and why it happened. Because if you don't, if something does happen, you mean to tell me you're going to remember what you had for breakfast 4 weeks from today? No, you're
Well,
not.
all the things that you're talking about are a carrier training issue.
Yeah,
The motor
well,
carrier is responsible, and if you're an owner operator, single truck owner, then you are the motor carrier. You got to know this crap.
I understand that, but not everybody does. This is that education side, though, that we keep talking about. 'Cause, I mean, I'm just saying, if you were going to get into the form and manner side of it, I know people that's not even doing it on ELD. So, is all I'm saying is,
At least with the ELD, the carrier can say, "Hey, you need to go into this log and edit this and add this, add that."
Well, the carrier
When they have
can
paper,
add that stuff. The carrier can edit those
Yeah.
things and put that in there.
Right.
When we go back to paper, I remember guys having to come in. They would literally have to come from the Carolinas back to Jacksonville because they had logs that they mailed in that were not correct, or they didn't have their certain stuff on, that they had to come back in town, right, to fix this stuff so they could get another load to go back out.
They didn't have to do that either. But
Carriers don't want to deal with that crap anymore.
Right. And, I understand that. I understand, when we did this exemption, I understand the mega carriers and a lot of carriers out there, they might want to stay on ELD. And there's multiple reasons for it. It's easier for IFTA. It's easier for your IRP tracking. It's easier for the tracking of the loads because let's be honest here, most of your shippers want to know where their freight is.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's there. And I understand that. I just want to say, because there seemed to be some confusion, so I'm going to say it here. The reason for it is so that the people that want to do it that old school way, they have that choice. I'm going to tell you right now, I love my ELD. It makes my filings for IFTA and stuff so much easier. But if there's somebody out there that's different than me that wants to do this stuff as they want to do it the old school way where you kept the notebook in your pocket. When you went across the state line, you wrote down your odometer number so you could track your miles for IFTA and stuff. If you want to go back to doing that way, that's fine. That's your business. It's just, I look at it like this. I don't think it's the government's business. They should be able to tell somebody how they get to operate their business. So we give this opportunity for the exemption so the people that want to run that way can. I understand Laura, she probably wouldn't change over from ELD, or she might change to a different ELD, provider. I understand that, Knight Swift and CR England, JB Hunt, they're not going to go away from that because most of their contracts, they require the tracking. So be it.
I personally like the ELDs, and I say it because it's from a standpoint of managing hours of service and log auditing and all that kind of stuff. But also, it is the way to ensure that I am billing or invoicing customers appropriately and paying our drivers appropriately. When they bump the dock, that's when the time starts right there from the ELD. So that is the transparency that it brings for me. Like, nobody can say, my customer can't say you padded your hours. No, I didn't. Here you go. Here's the GPS location of the truck. Here's how long it was there. And the same goes that a driver can't come back and say I short paid him because I paid him off of his ELD. He either falsified his ELD or he got paid correctly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The one thing I do hope it brings, though, is it gets rid of this price gouging because it's a mandate. And they can come in and charge whatever the hell, and you have to pay it because you have to have it. I hope that changes because it's freaking expensive.
And that's what I was going to say. For a one-man operation, he might want to do paper log because that expense up front, maintenance and everything else. That's like if I was going down, as I'd say, the ELD would be the first thing I cut out. If I could save $4,000 for this year to get my truck with new tires or whatever, that would be my first thing to go. I got to keep my insurance going. I got to keep everything else going. I have an option to say, hey, I can't cover this expense. Right now, you're forced to pay that, and that it's just like having insurance. You're forced to pay it because if you want to do business. And if you got it where it wasn't a mandate, I think you would see some guys actually move along faster and not have that hardship right off the beginning, because they could go back to paper log and go the old school way.
And another thing Samsara pulled here about a year ago, when all the carriers that ran out and started a trucking company and then started going belly up within a year later, they ran out and got a 1-year contract on their Samsara. 8 months into it, they went bankrupt. Samsara never got the rest of their money on their contracts. So then, like the lady there was saying a while ago, they tried to sneak in and start bumping you to a 3-year contract. And then for a while, and they may still be, they started demanding the entire amount for the 3 years up front. So if it was $40 a month, they wanted $1,500 up front.
Yeah, they give you options to pay. I'm trying to remember. I remember the full contract, and then I believe it was you could pay annually, or then the other one was I'm gonna say biannually, but I don't think monthly was an option.
Well,
But
I
I'm
work
telling
with
you
a
right now, I
carrier.
wasn't about to crap 13. I mean, I could give them $13,000 for the whole contract, but I didn't want a 3-year contract, and I still don't, because I'm not sure I want to stay with Samsara, but I was under the gun, so I had to do something, and they ended up being the best pricing no matter who I called. So
Yeah, I work with a carrier that have been in it for 10 years, and they've been using Samsara forever. And back when they first started using them, it was just pay on a monthly basis. And then they went to a year contract, and they snuck it by them with a 3-year contract. The owner didn't realize it when he renewed it, and got stuck with a 3-year contract. Then when that 3-year renewed, then it was, we need it all up front.
Wow.
And there's systems that you were talking about, like doing the old school way. Like they got the system called like Lincoln that you stick it in behind the computer. You still run your paper log, but all our IFTA tax, we can cut, copy, and paste it just like anything else.
Right,
So
right.
paying $10 a month or pay $140 a month, you know what I mean? Like those are the numbers. It gives the option of where you can cut. And I always say trucking, you got everybody trying to pull money out of your pocket. And if you can take the hands out of your pocket and keep it into your pocket, that's how you're going to make it. Pennies on a dollar. Like we were talking about changing tires on a national account, that they're only making a few pennies, but a few pennies add up over a year period of time or in a couple weeks time. And those are the
Right.
things that you can cut. It should be an optional thing. A mandate to me, you're mandating me to have insurance. That's because it's going to affect everybody else. But me having a paper log, or whether I have an ELD, there's a room of I should be able to choose.
Right,
It's not
and
affecting anybody else.
and you talk about the tracking of it. I mean, a lot of carriers nowadays are using some sort of a TMS, and so with using the TMS, a lot of times that takes out that aspect of the IFTA tracking, because it already runs everything off of PC Miler or some sort of a system similar to that. And so you know a lot of times you're kind of paying double, if you will, for that fuel log IFTA tracking if you're running a TMS and you're running an ELD. Do you really need to have both of those going, or could you just run that off of the paper log? I mean, it's but there's a lot of moving parts to it. And once again, I think I'm right there with you. I think it should be the carrier's choice. That's it.
Yep.
That's it. Just let it be a choice. I mean, if we're supposed to be a free country and we're supposed to be able to have choices on what we want to do and how we spend our money, then that should also be one as well. So,
yeah, because they're even the some of these brokers like Highway and stuff. If you're not on a ELD, they won't do business with you unless then, and they will. But then you got to send them a picture of your title saying that you're exempt from it. So I mean, all you're doing, running the paper log and running the computer, in reality, they're kind of creating more work with it. Where if you had a choice, then I was always taught I always did business on a handshake. I'm still old school. I'm going to tell you my load's going to be there when it's going to get there. Here's a handshake. Pay me at the end of it or pay me in the beginning of it, but I'm going to do my part of it. And now, to me, it feels like now there ain't no more handshake. It's 10 different handshakes that you're having to shake your hand with to do business with. And the old school way of just on a handshake and a word is gone.
the overreach has gotten out of control.
Yeah,
for sure.
way more difficult than that. Now those assholes now, if you've got a glider or something like that, it's an exempt truck. You've got to have a picture of the engine serial number, picture of the truck, picture of the VIN. You got to have the title of the truck, and then you got to take it somewhere and hook it to a computer and get a download of it, proving that ECM and engine is actually in that truck.
Yep. Yeah. That's all costs that the carrier has to pay just to do business with them.
Yep.
You know.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. But this is where, like I've said before, on the education side, I would like to start educating brokers on this to where we can maybe fix some of that nonsense that's going on, you know, or educate other carriers and, you know, to where that we come together as carriers and say, we're not dealing with this bullshit with highway like this anymore if we choose as carriers, because they're adding these extra costs into us. You know, this is just, I mean, it's another one of those things. But this is where education, conversations like we're having this evening help bring these things to light for people to be able to see and that might not realize these things.
Wouldn't you like to be able to go back and just line item everything? So if you're going to take this load and they're like, oh, hey, we need tracking. Okay, well, that's going to cost you an extra $50. Oh, we need a copy of your driver's license. Oh, that's $25. Oh, and you need to have this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, well, that's 3 more line items and those charges are this, that, and the other. I mean, how would they like it? Touche, here we go.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you something else. We were talking about the E-log causing people to rush. I'm going to tell you something. There's already a law on the books. It says a broker is not allowed to try to push or rush a truck driver. If they try to rush you and encourage you or somehow influence you to break the law in any way to get that load there on time, they can be held liable. Well, guess what? When you look at a rate con and it's got a $250, $300, $400, $500 penalty for being late.
Yep.
How is that legal?
No, you should also know that when you accept the load. If this thing is going 900 miles and it picks up today at 2 in the afternoon, has to be delivered at 7 a.m., orders this fee, you know you can't do that, right? But guys will take it.
Well, it's not just them kind of JIT load, just-in-time load. It's on any load. I mean, you know yourself, anything can happen. You can have a blowout, anything. But the bottom line is they're going to penalize you if you're late. And saying that they're going to penalize you is causing them to try to hurry up and make sure they're there on time. And to me, if you had a good enough lawyer, that could be construed as trying to push the carrier to hurry up, make sure they're there on time. We'll make sure they're there on time. We'll fine them $300 if they ain't. Their ass will be there then. Tell me I'm wrong.
The problem is the type of law that they're trying. So a good lawyer's not going to help you on this because it's administrative law. That's in your green book. The problem is that enforcing anything in the green book in an actual court of law is going to be nearly impossible because it has to go through the administrative process first. It's no different than you guys were talking about earlier that, you know, it takes forever to get a response back from FMCSA or whatever. It's the same kind of thing with something like that, is that is administrative law, and that goes through a completely different process than, you know, if you go out and rob, you know, you go out and commit a crime, that goes through a different process. If you break an administrative law, that goes through a different process than the basic court system. That's why it's a problem.
But tell me I'm wrong. Is that not an issue? Do you not see the conflict there?
I do see the conflict, but it's also administrative law. And administrative law many times conflicts with actual law. The rules are different in administrative law than they are in the regular plain black and white stuff. Administrative agencies are given their own legal power and their own legal jurisdiction to write whatever nonsensical things they want to write. And you guys see that every day in what you do. It just, what I'm saying is that you're not going to find a lawyer who's going to want to take on administrative law if you haven't went through the administrative law process. And I can tell you, as somebody who deals with administrative agencies, all the ABCs every single day, every single one of them has something different. The DOT and FMCSA and all of the ones that you guys deal with, each one of those administrative agencies have a different legal process you have to follow before you can ever get it to a district court or a state court. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's why people won't take it on.
And that, my friends, is the true demise of trucking.
Yeah, we got state law that we got to follow. We got city laws. So it says no truck parking. I mean, and then you got federal law. So I mean, and trying to get if you break a federal law, to go to a state level. Then if you break a city rule violation, then it got to go into the city, and state rule doesn't fall underneath city rule. So yeah, trust me, I know all about what you mean.
Yeah.
But they've made it to where it's almost, I ain't gonna say like you said impossible, but like when I was saying, as far as the information for the incident reports on that stuff, it could have been. I probably did file it wrong or whatever, not to get the information right. But it stops the guy. You see that, and then you're like, well, they're not gonna give it up.
Contact me, and I'll give you a federal FOIA template, and all you got to do is fill in the yellow boxes.
Perfect. I would definitely do it. That'd be cool.
That's that AI way that we love. That Audrey
That's right.
intelligence. That Audrey intelligence.
Yeah, because I would do the study on it. I mean, I'd have time. I mean, I don't sleep much. When I'm in the back of the truck in the sleeper, I'm always playing with paperwork, like nonstop. So, and I love data. That data has always been the key factor. I mean, and that's business. Like what do we make for this month for this number? Like you were saying, get somebody to be an accountant for you. I always account monthly, weekly, and then I go quarterly and then yearly. So I mean, we know our numbers. Like if you ask me, I could throw them out real quick. What I had for last week's revenue and what I spent out, maintenance reports. So like, yeah, I mean on the ELD side of it, you can the driver can type in the ELD part of it. But did he say that he put a windshield wiper on it? Now I got to go look into my credit card files to see if he actually put into the maintenance file that he changed the windshield wiper. Did he add fluid to it? Yeah, I bought a gallon in it, but when did he actually add it? Because we keep our maintenance like it's going out of style. Like I can tell you when the truck made a weird sound, I write out what it is. But those are, that's that business savvy that people don't teach them. And they could, if they got into an audit, they could say, hey, you bought a windshield wiper here, but in your maintenance records, you didn't show that you put a windshield wiper on. Then they have it. So the teaching part of it is just like it's crazy on paperwork that we have.
Yes, it is. 100%. Well, folks, I have absolutely loved this discussion tonight, but I have been on here for 4.5 hours, and I'm kind of ready to go hit the sack. I've got to get up early in the morning and take a load to Georgia. So I want to say thank you to everybody for coming on and talking and sharing your knowledge with the rest of everybody that's been out here. So, and hope to do it again soon.
It won't be long to make us
Thank
have TikTok. You're gonna have to be on duty. You know that, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. We're not gonna do that. I'm sorry. That's just that's overstepping a little bit, in my opinion. So, for sure. But once again, everybody have a good night. Thanks for coming out.
Absolutely.
All right. Talk to you later. Good night,
We'll talk
guys.
to you later. Stay
Night.
safe.
Yep, you too.